that door's not open for me.
Right. All right. So right now I gotta get on it live at 7 o'clock. Is when my class start.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. If anything, we stay in tune tomorrow.
All right, and after I call you, you let me know.
All right, bet.
You let me know what's going on.
All right, peace. Everyone, peace to the room.
You know, I was just thinking, man.
What?
If I was home, I wouldn't be fucking doing this. I'm only doing it out of respect from neighbors, you know what I mean? I wouldn't be doing this shit. I'm like, fuck you, I don't know.
You gotta wear it so you don't get fined, man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we got Raphael Statura in here, Shakim, Jasim, Musaddiq, Free to Be Me, El Lowry, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, we gotta get immediately into the Each One Teach One and hit the like button so we can get the rest of the What Did I Miss crew up in here, you know, because we're going to get into a little something today. I got the 7 characteristics of a wise man. You know, like I told you, I'm about to put that up in a minute so y'all can see that, you know. First, we're going to deal with, you know, if you notice in the title today, right, it says duties of a civilized person. See, generally speaking, when we look at it, you know what I'm saying? We always say, what is the duty? Why, son of love? God Cyber Divine. So, can anyone imagine why instead of saying the duty, as if you only have one, I asked what are the duties? God Cyber Divine came in, what's the deal? Can anyone see that clearly? $793.
We're going to the studio tomorrow.
Yeah, what time? What time you gonna be?
Well, about 5. I'm gonna get that beat sorted.
The new one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Matter of fact, yeah. Let me write my jump off tonight.
Yeah. Do that, but then Tragi's gonna be there at 7. But if we get there like 5, leave it at 5 or something.
All right.
And then I'll go text Tulsa.
Jasim, this is good right here. Duties as both a student and a teacher. You know, that's actually you hit it on the head right there. You see what I'm saying? Gold mine, what's the science, Lord Almighty? You know, Goldmine, I wish you was here when we did the week. We had a whole week where we built on sciences dealing with the Black women. You know, we took it to we was going through the first 8 degrees in the 1 to 40. And in particular, You know what I'm saying? I wanted you to expand on the science about the moon not being a dead planet, you know, with the room. But we could do that, you know what I'm saying, anytime. But Jasim says duties as both a student and a teacher. You hit it on the head right there, but let's get into the details of that. The bar came in. Right. God Simon Devon said a civilized person's duties after learning how to civilize self, then civilize others. Now, based on today's alphabet, right? Self is savior. You know, in the simplest terms, self as savior means you have to save yourself before you can save others. So now when you apply that, right, to the knowledge born degree, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, actually the knowledge build degree, right, of what is the duty of a civilized person, right? Then your first duty has to be to become and remain civilized. To become and remain righteous. To receive the knowledge of self and never deny that you got Asiatic mathematics. To become proficient in the science of everything in life yourself. See, remember what we went through yesterday? We dealt with the rules. So see, becoming and remaining civilized, right? That means that the rules always apply to you. So see, you got certain people, they reach a certain level where they feel like, you know, they don't have to deal with lessons no more. You know, they don't have to, you know, observe any of the rules that we have established to maintain order in our family of a nation. See, because let me ask y'all a question. Is the nation a living being? That's not rhetorical. That's a question to the room. Is the nation a living being? Karma's Lonely came in, the bar came in. So the duty of a civilized person is to civilize self, to save self and others. Knowledge has to be born to you so that you do the same to others. Now, everybody here said that the nation is a living entity. You know, now, when I first was in science class, and they was teaching us to differentiate between the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom, and the mineral kingdom, right? We had living things and we had things that was not alive. And the first way they gave, you know, and when I was in elementary, the first way that I learned to differentiate what was alive from what was not was that if it's alive, it grows. So the nation, right, it's been growing since day one, like every other form of life. You see what I'm saying? And all of us, we the cells in the body. The nation, just like anything, if you're dealing with Congress, if you're dealing, they call it a body of people. And each person in that body is a cell. Now, what happens when cells in the body go rogue? Matter of fact, we got DeBar in the room who actually works in the medical field. So he could probably give us a more in-depth answer, you know what I'm saying, than, a lot of the rest of us could give. But, there's still a simple answer, too, that we know is true. You understand what I'm saying? That we know is true regardless of whom what. The boss said it loses its form because the cells is actually the structure of the whole being that you see. See? That's levels of understanding. When you could deal with, scope means to see. It means to look. Now look, can you see microscopically and telescopically? See, if I look at you right now, if you just stand over there on the other side of the room, I can look at you, right? And you look like one thing. But if I look at you under a microscope, you're going to look like billions of things. That's another degree of understanding. See, same thing happens when you look telescopically. You look up in the sky, you just see a couple lights. But then when your vision increases to that level where you looking at things with a telescope and a microscope. So now, I said that scope means to see. So now, what does see mean? See is understanding. So now, when you can look at things microscopically and telescopically, right? Now you get to see them for what they really are and not just what they appear to be to the naked eye. The microscope and the telescope, y'all know those are physical instruments. But this is also a way of you looking at things in order to increase understanding. So we only got a couple of answers here. When I said what happens when cells go rogue, Jassim says sounds like cancer. Yeah, that's one of the things that happens when cells go rogue. Like I said, so the boss said it loses its form. That's cancer. Those are tumors. But there's other ways that cells go rogue too. When I say rogue, I mean you're not doing what you're supposed to do. Now don't get me wrong. Sometimes the cells go rogue because the person has went rogue on the cells. And you eating the wrong foods, you understand what I mean, and taking the wrong substances in your body, you understand what I'm saying, and not saving yourself and expecting the medicine and all these other things to save you. So your cells went rogue on you. Raphael said when cells unite and cooperate with one another, they create our body. Exactly. And when they do that, they got to go according to rules. Musa D said rogue or renegade. I'm not sure, that's a distinction with a difference in this particular instance. See what I'm saying? And so we have what are rules in our civilization. Urban Guerrilla, peace. You know what I'm saying? And of those first rules is to become and remain civilized. Is anybody we all on the same page here, right? I gotta actually make this list for y'all too. You see what I'm saying? Because when you see the 7 characteristics of a wise man, right? When I get a chance to show you that, you're gonna see how many conversations you've seen go left, right? That you can understand that if they would have went according, or if they would have applied the 7 characteristics of a wise man, that wouldn't have happened. Things wouldn't have went left. Supreme Man. No, for a second, man. Let's drop some over here. What's going on? We need everybody to click that like button because apparently I've run afoul of the YouTube guides. Again, and my alerts don't appear to be going out today. Asiatic Mathematics said when I first got the knowledge, I got something called the 6 characteristics of a devil. Now I'm not familiar with that. Jasim said, what's the science on receiving nutrients through herbal supplementation? Well, I mean, we dealing with a circumstance right now where our food supply is, compromised. You know what I'm saying? Like all the things we talking about, like, of course, we got experts on almost everything in here now. You know what I'm saying? So we got the brother who is the farmer, and we could definitely ask him for more details on it. But when you're dealing with plants and all things of that nature, right? The nutrients that they getting them from the ground. The ground is supposed to actually be alive because there's supposed to be life in it. It's supposed to be worms and all types of beetles and whatever things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? These worms is not harmful to your plants though. These is things that they fertilizing because they eating things and they waste material and whatever is fertilizing the ground and they airing out they creating, like where they go through. This is a pocket of air. This is a pocket where water and everything can now get into the root system of the plants and everything. You see what I'm saying? But with this GMO stuff, one of the main things about GMO, right, is the fertilizers and the pesticides. Like, one of the main GMO companies is Monsanto. And what Monsanto does is they sell fertilizers and pesticides, right? The fertilizer, I'm not quite as familiar as how that damages the land. But I know that, it's, petrochemical type stuff. And it's not natural. It's not really sustainable. But in terms of the pesticides, the pesticides will kill anything. Like if I'm not mistaken, Monsanto, that Roundup stuff is Agent Orange. Like they had a surplus of Agent Orange after the war, and they started selling it to the farmers. Now, what I'm getting to through all that to say is that when they spray this stuff on the plants, the plant itself has been genetically modified to be able to withstand the Roundup. The problem is the ground, all the little worms and all those things that I said provide the naturally fertilizing the ground, you know what I'm saying, and turn it into the type of soil that you could grow stuff in. It kills all of that stuff. It kills everything. So you get to the point where the only way you could grow on the land is to use their fertilizer because they've killed the ground. You see what I'm saying? And being that they've killed the ground, right? Now, where is the nutrients going to come from that goes into the plants? So I'm saying all that to say that even if you eat an orange right now, it don't have the same amount of vitamin C that it had 50 years ago. People can tell you that even in the last 25 years, fruit has lost a lot of its taste. Then when you buy an orange now, it's kind of yellowish. So, in terms of herbal supplementation, I'm not an expert on it. But I will say that, for the most part, the food supply is deficient. The food supply is deficient in nutrients. So, if you got a way to make up for it and your body needs it, then, but in terms of recommending any particular supplements, I don't know them like that. On Thursday, you can check out Sunya's class. He does all that. God Savvy Devon said, with that being said, would the phrase, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, apply to a cell going rogue or an individual within a nation not on point? Precisely. See, that's why I said, when you deal with rules, right? Rules is not universal law. You know what I'm saying? So a person you can skirt the rules where you can't skirt law. So an individual, you know what I'm saying? The words that you use right there, you said an individual within a nation. See, if you don't want to follow the rules, you go be on your own. See, like, look, I hate to, as much as people may not believe it, I don't want to pick on Born Mastermind. But see, you got to follow the lesson of Allah. See, when Allah seen that, look, I can't do what y'all doing here at the temple, he went on his own. Go establish your own laws and rules, man. Yaqub went on his own. Any people you seen that's been successful when they decide they didn't want to follow the rules, that's because they went on their own. Musa went on his own when he didn't want to follow the rules of the Pharaoh. But in order for the society of men, women, and children to work, rules have to be established. Why, as you said, idle is vital. What does idle mean again? Like, that's a word I've been seeing. And I asked somebody before, but I can't recall what they told me. What does idle mean again? Well, Son and the bar said they've noticed the deterioration of the fruit as well. That's why I said, like, it's something that, even a few years ago, you could tell the difference, man. There's a guy over on Atlantic Avenue, and he got a Mack truck or something. And I think that's what he does. I think he got like farms down south where he goes down there and he picks up watermelons, he brings them back up here. When you eat that watermelon, it's unlike anything that, it's not like just going to the supermarket over here. You could tell that watermelon was grown until it was ripe on the vine on fertile land. The sweetness, the juiciness, the deepness of the red. You see, to build on that, look, there's another rule. There's another rule right here. No pig, right? See, all of these is things, like I said, we have rules and we have traditions that are pillars within our society to hold it up and not let it fall down. What's going on with everybody? Our alerts is not getting out today. Well, our son said it's a guy who sells watermelon on his block that he grows on his own. See, that the fruit that we get, they actually pick it. They pick that fruit before it's ripe. And then they spray some stuff on it. They spray some stuff on it to stop it from rotting while they transporting it. And then when they transport it to the other place, they spray some other stuff on it to make it ripen. But it's ripening off of the vine. So it's not pulling no nutrients, nothing that makes it sweet, nothing that makes it nutritious. God Devon said the term idol is what people from the Caribbean use for vital. So idol means life. All right. So I phrased it. I need some good old homegrown watermelon. I miss those. All they got is GMO seedless joints in every market. Yeah, but you know that is the deal. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what's going on with Supreme Man. You got halftime.
Peace.
Peace.
What's going on?
Not much. You know, we were starting off the class today with what are the duties of a civilized person? You see what I'm saying? You know, when you deal with today, you know what I'm saying, as well as, you know what I'm saying, the knowledge build degree, right? We know that, you know, you gotta have all the power that you try to manifest to somebody else, you gotta have that yourself. So before you teach civilization, you have to become and remain civilized on your own.
Right, because the best teacher of civilization is to show civilization.
You see what I'm saying?
We was
So
been about that the other day when you was going in on my cousin, old dirty bastard. But I ain't say nothing though. we was on the phone. He wasn't on here. I ain't say nothing though. I ain't say. I'm gonna just leave that alone.
All of the business. Guccifer came in. Guccifer said, "Ain't nothing wrong with being on your own. It's necessary for self-discovery. Being on your own helps you learn how to hold your own, to explore and master your mind and body. That are challenges when you make it become part of a family. Rules are there to keep everyone in tune with what the overall goals of the family are. You see, the thing about when you go on your own is you're gonna realize that you need rules too." For your own self. Like, see, right now, we talking about dietary law. That's rules for your own self. You know, like some people is lactose intolerant. There's some people that's allergic to certain types of fruit where you can eat that and die straight off. So
do we got a researcher in here right now?
Now we ain't got Siri. When Siri comes in, he got all that knowledge. All on the business be researching. He just came in.
Hey, all in the business. Can you look up Ezekiel chapter 3, verse 19? Papa Wu used to build on that all the time.
Yeah, you know, we had an episode where we went into St. Luke chapter 12, 48 verse. See,
what does that say? It
says, "In that servant which knew his Lord's will, that servant which did not know his Lord's will and prepared himself not, shall still be beaten, but with less stripes."
But with less stripes.
Yeah. And that's what happens in life. See, a lot of people think you off the hook. You off the hook because you say, yo, this, that. You know what I'm saying? That's like back in the days, I don't know if you had like an older cousin or an older brother, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, that's how it used to be. You know, the older cousin get left in charge And then it's like, yo, look, if he do something bad, when we come back, let us know. See, you can't use that you didn't know as an excuse. They didn't tell you no. Didn't your cousin tell you don't do that? And you didn't listen? Yeah, you're not going to be the same as if they know that you knew better. Or just all the times in life, you know, we see that, you know, one of the most consistent ways that we suffer is through lack of knowledge. So,
well, you know, they say ignorance of the law is no excuse when you get locked up.
I was just getting ready to say that. That the devil says ignorance of the law is no excuse, but listen, actually right when they say that. You see what I'm saying? Like if you said, look, you didn't know it was gravity when you stepped off that building. It ain't gonna change nothing. Divine understanding came in. Free to be me said, I go to how to eat to live. Yeah, that's a science too. You know, some people
got book 1 and 2 too. Free to be me.
Some people eat to be full, and some people eat, you know, to satisfy their taste buds or, you know, different things. But the stuff is killing them.
Yeah, that's a real sign. That's a real heavy sign. I read this book called Medicine, S-I-N, M-E-D-I-S-I-N, written by 2 black doctors. That's a really good book dealing with health and wellness. And it's not long either.
Mm-hmm. Halftime. Listen, well, who's your educator? Halftime said this is a good topic, but you know, that's the thing about YouTube is for posterity. You know, you come back and check it anytime. Raphael Shachura said, I went through those today, automatically reflected that mentally got me back on track to tell you the truth. No, he said Ezekiel chapter 3, 18th verse.
Nah, 19.
Yeah, 19.
We know 18.
Yeah, this where he gave the St. Luke.
Oh, okay. That's my other cousin, Papa Wu. I bet you won't go in on him.
But listen, man, you know, the brother is just, you know, see me, I'm a positive history person. Like that's an element I don't like about the internet, man. Where we go on and we give every shortcoming of brothers, you know what I'm saying? They not even here, God. And the reality is, man, like, yeah, they might have did that, but you did some shit too.
Yeah.
Not that it makes what he did better, but I'm saying you just talking like, so I remember when you first came around too.
Right.
And then a lot of these people that you're talking about, see out the other side of your mouth, you talk about all this great history of the gods. Oh, the gods did this and the gods did that. Yeah, well, that's the brother. That's the brother. When you talking about the nation history, but you talking about his individual history. But then you kick him down on the other side of your mouth.
Well, I always bear this in mind too. One good deed don't make a bad man good. One bad deed don't make a good man bad. It's what you do on a continual basis that defines your character. That's also dealing with today's degree. Like, what do people say about you in your neighborhood, in your family? Because you could come and build, you can go through mad science at the parliament, but if you go home and people don't really respect what you have to say, it could be a lot because you haven't changed. You haven't shown to be civilized. You know what I mean? I have a song called War on My Mind, right? I don't know if you ever heard that before. KB Rum did it. And the song is, you got the knowledge of yourself, but you're fighting the temptations of the streets. So it's like a war in your mind. I'm gonna make sure I send that to you. I sent it to you before, but
you don't have time. What power born law are you talking about? From where?
You don't be listening to my songs like that.
Yo, right now I'm about to start. I was just tonight. I'm getting ready to start making the beats for that other project you was just telling me.
That's what's up, but that still don't change. And I'm not gonna get into that right now in this forum. But I sent you mad songs. You don't be listening to them, man. When I send you my songs.
When you sent them to me,
I sent you mad songs. I was like, yo, put these on the website. Like
which
me,
website?
It was mad songs of me and 3-6 and all that. I can't use them no more, so they might as well just be given away to the public to listen to.
Yeah, I probably gotta see it. But
yeah, I'll send them back to you.
What's the name you sent me though? Right now, I got this new program, and I've been ripping and running too much to really lock in. But yeah, I'm about to make the Black Constitution. That's about to be my theme song right there. I like that. But
yeah, you know what? I don't want us to talk about that too much. But the way that we did that was so nice because like you just played it, and I just had the rhyme. Like we did all our songs like that. Really.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But we'll talk about that another time. But we'll take the time for that.
Is this Ezekiel 3:19?
He posted it. Yeah, he posted it.
Let he who hath broken no rules cast the first stone. See, that's what we was just saying. You know, and I just that's what I seen about the internet, that it just became a place. And then a lot of the stuff that you know you kicking dirt on somebody's name, that's really their personal business. That's not really national history. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute, Son of Soil and Wise Son-in-Law. That's not what they posted. They posted, yet if thou warn the wicked, and he turned not from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way, he should die in his iniquity, but thou hast delivered thy soul. They both put that. Son of the Soil and Wise Son-in-Law.
So that's what the Knowledge Born Degree says?
That's what it said. But so the only different part is, but thou hast delivered thy soul. So we know the soul is only your mind. You know?
Hold on for a second. I'm about to get this 7 characteristics of a wise man up on the
Oh, I remember that degree.
On the screen. You know, that being another set of rules that, you know, because that was a question, you know, when I was going through the science of the rules, the brother said, well, what are some rules that, you know what I'm saying, we used to deal with that, you know what I'm saying, brothers might have strayed away from? And I was like, that's one of them. Where just in terms of, you know what I'm saying, a lot of conversations, a lot of things, whatever, it goes left because we're not observing just the basic 7 characteristics of a wise man. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I think a lot of times we got so many plus degrees and stuff when we was younger. The value of them wasn't to where they should have been. Like I got a duffel bag of plus degrees under my bed right now. I haven't looked at them in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I think I need to do that.
I doubt.
Because a lot of, remember brothers start saying, the law said a plus degree is a job, a GED, going to college, learning a specialty, which is true also. But it was also a lot of people who expressed some supreme thought. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That you could learn from. It's like another part of being civilized is curbing your ego. Because when you get this knowledge, you automatically going to have an ego phase that you go through. because everything you learned about God until the time that you get knowledge is some supernatural being. So a lot of people, when they get knowledge, they think that they become the supernatural being, but that's not what it means. But you have to go through that stage in order to understand that you're not that supernatural being, that all encompassing, all powerful. You only like that when you come together with your brothers and your sisters. You know, you could be the best knower of a cipher in a particular time, but you're supposed to teach from that standpoint. And once you start getting other people in the knowledge of yourself, then again, those first three letters of Allah is all. So we only most powerful when we come together. You want to see Allah, you come together. You know what I mean?
The way
He
I look,
wasn't just talking about him. He's talking about all of us. Go ahead, guys.
the way I look at it, uh, you know, that's something that we bringing with us out of the Christian world.
Yeah. And Orthodox Sunni Islam too, though. Any religion.
Like,
Huh?
you gotta get it. Why you gotta get it to the Sunnis, man?
Hey man. Some people grow up in that though.
But I'm saying that, we got these concepts, when we say there is no mystery God, right? I think for a lot of people, they just transplant themselves.
That's my point.
With that image of God that they had, without realizing that when you say there's no mystery God, all those mystery powers is fake too.
Yes, sir.
You see what I'm saying? Like
I
that
agree
was
with you 100.
that we dealt with yesterday, with the importance of dealing with rules and having rules, right? And the signs of God. You understand what I mean? That in the religious world, you know what I'm saying? The difference between God and everybody else is that he could break all the rules, and he got another set of rules. Jealousy is a 7 deadly sin, but he's a jealous God. You see what I'm saying?
No doubt.
In the nation, the difference between us and everybody else is that we can live out the law, regardless of whom or what. So you don't show and prove who you are by breaking every law and every rule. That's not having understanding of the cipher.
Can I ask you a question? Do you remember around the time we got knowledge, it was people that was saying, I made the trees, I made the grass.
Yeah.
It was gods that was saying that stuff, right? So when I was young in knowledge, I really didn't understand that. I'm just like, hold on, man, hold on. This is not making sense to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming out of the dead world. You can't tell me no stuff like that, man. You know what I mean? And then later I figured out that those brothers was ego tripping, because that stuff was already here before you got here. So how you make it? You know? And I've heard brothers try to explain it, but it's just silly, man. That's silly. That's not what we talk about when we say the black man is God. We're not even dealing with that. And I learned from Khalid Muhammad. It's like I said, he used to come to Trenton and hang out. And he said, when somebody asks you something about the mystery God, to do something, you tell them, show and prove your mystery God, do it first, and then I'll do it. So if they say, if you God, snap a tree in half, say, nah, tell the mystery God to do it first, then I'll do it. Like, he taught me how to be offensive in my knowledge instead of being defensive. Because you're always going to have people that challenge you like that. You know what I'm saying?
That was a reality that I came to real early in the knowledge, was that you know, you can't disqualify me from being God, right? For something that you never saw your God do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, look, and see, that's actually a concept. It's in the Bible. I can't recall the guy's name. If we had, if Siri was in here, he would know. But there was a dude that was on a mountain, and he was one of the Jewish guys, and he was arguing with some other people, you know what I'm saying, about God or whatever. So whatever happened, they had some competition, right? And the Jewish guy, whatever he prayed to God or whatever, and God came with a whole bunch of locusts or something and ran all the other people away. See, that's how they, like when David fought Goliath.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's because back then they looked at it that this is the God of this, you know, because every place was writing their own history. So every group of people, different towns or whatever, they had their own gods. So when motherfuckers went to war, they looked at it as it's those gods that's going against each other.
Mm. That's like the Greek gods and all that, Zeus and
Right. Or listen, when Sparta had a war with Athens, they felt like that was Athena going against whoever was the guy from Sparta.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, can your God protect you and give you the strength and the salvation to take out your enemies?
That's why they call it Greek mythology. They labeled it mythology.
Yeah, my son, I think that was Joshua.
Asiatic mathematics, I agree with you with, you know, being one with the trees and all that. Because they give off the oxygen. And we give off the carbon dioxide. So we coexist. One can't exist without the other.
Yes.
I mean, that's a deep science too. Like when you go into, I've had the pleasure of studying some of that stuff, and it all be really based on events and stories. The Bible is really the same way. A lot of the Bible is not actual stuff that happens. It's allegorical. If I get Raheem on here, Raheem goes in on that. He goes in on the Bible, like the actual historical aspects of the Bible. That's why Joachim, he turned to a Hebrew Israelite. He said that the planet Earth is only 8,000 years old. I said, my man, he said that a few years ago. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I said, how, with all the fossils and all that stuff, you trying to tell me that this planet is only 8,000 years old? Yup. I said, damn, they got you, man.
I keep trying to tell y'all, stop talking about my brother Joaquin, man, and stuff y'all be saying.
Oh, I cut him off now. I'm the last one out of our tree that cut him off. He's officially cut off. And I was the last one that's holding on by a fingernail. What happened now, man? I tell you offline.
We was all together. We was all together in the winter.
Papa Wu joint, right?
Yeah.
You didn't see when he got bombed by Brownsville K-Bar that night. You walked off, right? Yeah, you went to the store with somebody with Exact. You and Exact went to the store. He bombed him. It was incredible. It was old school.
That was crazy, man.
I mean,
what happened?
listen, man, listen. You know how that go, man. You know how that go.
Hold on, y'all.
I really only got bombed. I really only got bombed one time, really, because I was lacking. I never really got bombed.
I'm getting ready to get the 7 characteristics up on the screen for y'all real quick. That's what's taking me a little minute.
What's this Blaylan Snotty? He said y'all talking about Elijah versus the prophets of Baal. I read the whole Bible, God, but I'm not a Bible expert.
Baal is the other god. Baal was the other people's god.
Okay. I read the Bible from cover to cover, but I'm not an expert. It doesn't hold as much value to me as Supreme Mathematics.
We got SW, Green One, Highs Ease came in, Lucifer, 9 Moons, peace. Yeah, Blair and Snotty came in. Yeah, it's not B-E-L though, it's B-A-L.
Okay, Bal. I heard of that. B-A-L.
Yeah.
I know you might not be a big fan, but I do want to say peace to Malcolm X on his born day. He's a big influence in me getting knowledge of myself. I actually read that book for the first time when I was 11 years old. And it had a profound effect on me.
Yeah, I didn't even know today was Malcolm X's born day.
Yeah, and I was born day of Master Law Y. I don't know. I shouldn't say you ain't a big fan, but you know how some gods, the older gods, that was around when Malcolm was around, they don't be really feeling him like that.
Well, I seen just the opposite.
Man.
But for me, I look at Malcolm, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we from the tree of Malcolm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's, you know, is Elijah, Malcolm, Allah, then us.
Let me say this about Malcolm. He intellectualized the ministers in the Nation of Islam. And to this day, every minister speaks in the same cadence that Malcolm X used in his heyday. Every single last one of them. If you go back and listen, the way he broke it down, it's just like a rhyming style. They rhyme just like him. Every single last one of them. It's just like when you hear Old God's Bill and they be like, the truth is what? Because remember, Allah always said what, and then he answered his own question in the middle of his sentence.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. Let me see that. Mr. Green. No, Mr. G1 001. He said, me too. Malcolm X bio and Nat Turner bio sparked me at 9 years old. I want to say this about the Nat Turner bio, right? You got 2 Nat Turner bios. You got the Confessions of Nat Turner, where when he was captured, somebody interviewed him. Then you got a second Nat Turner bio that was written by the white boyfriend of James Baldwin. And he turned Nat Turner into a homosexual in the bio. And but it's also called the Confessions of Nat Turner. So be careful with that. Unfortunately, I don't know the author's name of the second Nat Turner bio. But this guy used to go with James Baldwin. I know that for a fact.
Wow.
Yeah. People do that. They go back and they distort history, but they give it the same name. So when you look up the Confessions of Nat Turner, you might get that second book first instead of the original one.
Nah, you know who? Malcolm X. I heard him talking. I didn't really read his book so much. You know what I'm saying? Until later. I think probably. Well, of course, everybody had, you had some kind of book with Martin Luther King and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I think Paul Robeson was the first probably biography I read like that.
Asiatic God Mathematics. Thank you for that. Presupposition. Thank you. Go ahead, God.
Yeah. But in terms of Malcolm X, see, that's something that knowledge itself did for me. Where it was a lot of things that I knew, but I didn't really know what it was about. Like if you would have asked me, in 1985, I don't think I knew Malcolm X was a Muslim, really.
What you thought he was?
I mean, I thought he was, like Martin Luther King, but just more radical. But like in terms of like the Black Panthers or something, I just saw him as somebody from the civil rights era, but I wasn't really like all of the other stuff. Like the parts of the speech that's standing out to me is when he's saying, you could flush the white man down the toilet and all that type of stuff.
Right.
I'm not hearing, I didn't know who Elijah Muhammad was, so I got the knowledge.
Now let me say this: my grandmother was in the first resurrection of the Nation of Islam in the 1950s. So she was the matriarch of my family. So I grew up in the 70s in the Nation of Islam, and we used to travel around the country because every Nation of Islam had a mosque and a bakery and a restaurant. So if we go to Baltimore, we go in one of them three places. That's why I met like Muhammad Ali as a little kid. So like Malcolm X, it was three pictures in our house. It was, come in. It was Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and John F. Kennedy. We didn't have the white Jesus in my house growing up. My grandmother's house. So that's why I knew all of these people. You know what I mean? I'm not going.
We had pictures. We had white Jesus, Martin Luther King, John Kennedy, and Robert Kennedy.
So you only had one original man up.
Yeah, because my family, they probably looking at this Muslim stuff like, this is some type of blasphemy. And the media is not like right now. I could be on the internet still finding out about Islam. That's demonic as far as they concerned.
Well, listen, I was fortunate because my dad and mom, they belong to the same Black Panther party as Tupac's mom. So my mom, she knew her. She knew Afeni Secure. Like a lot of historical people, my family knew them. She even said that me and Pac played together. He was 2 years younger than me as kids, but I don't remember that. And like when I met him, I didn't even know that. But you know what I'm saying? So I was around I was around a lot of stuff as a kid, dealing with knowledge of self. You know what I mean? So I had that upbringing of black radical nationalism. And then when Elijah Muhammad returned to the essence, my family fell off. They became Sunnis first, then they went to church, and then they became hustlers. So I had all of that in me coming up.
Yeah, that's why, as you say, got my knowledge from the interior cipher where Red became Malcolm X out in Now Father or Norfolk. What's this? Norfolk, Virginia or Massachusetts?
It got to be Massachusetts because that's where he got his knowledge from.
Oh, all right.
I'm still learning stuff about Malcolm X. I just learned that his aunt, who he lived with in Massachusetts, in Boston, his sister was an entrepreneur, and she was considered very wealthy in that Roxbury area. Roxbury, that's like Harlem in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody from Boston is on the line, and remember that movie, that LL he played the dude called God. Um, and Omar Epps was the police that infiltrated his gang. What's
Oh
the
yeah.
name of that movie?
Yeah. What was the name of that movie? In Too Deep.
In Too Deep. That
Yeah.
was about a brother from Boston. It's based on him. He
Nah,
got
man.
interviewed.
New York, man. We talking about?
Now Cypher, God. He's
I
from Boston.
that. That's Rashid.
No, God.
All right.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you why. Poor righteous teachers. I'm on the road with poor righteous teachers. That same brother paid them cash out of his pocket to do a show in Boston.
God, what I'm telling you is I knew that brother from New York before Poor Righteous Teachers came out.
Oh, the God SW said he's from New York and he went to Boston. That's peace, God. All right, I feel you.
God, I
I
know
feel
some
you.
of the people, the other people that the characters that like Shaheem and them was playing.
Kip Sylvester, I seen that too. Go ahead, G.
God, I knew some of them too. Some of the people that went, I was there when it happened.
Mm. Mm.
But
It,
let's get into this aspect of the video right here of the 7 characteristics of a wise man.
oh, wait a minute. Let me just say this. Wise you said Mind Lightning is one of the In Too Deep co-defendants. That's hard, G. Go ahead.
We're gonna get into this part of the class. 7 characteristics of a wise man.
You got that up now?
Yeah, this is up on the screen right now.
All right, I gotta look at it.
Is everyone?
Okay, I see it.
Can everyone see this?
You gonna go through these and build about them?
Yeah, we need to go through these. I
That's
mean, they
peace.
seem pretty, straightforward. God like Kip Sylvester came in, fly phrase, calm and solemnly. But everybody can see the 7 characteristics up there, right?
You gonna read them? I'm gonna go back in the chat.
Yeah. But let's go through them Let's go through them, man, right here. He does not speak on things he does not know.
Well, you said how people see it?
Yeah.
I mean, the root word of knowledge is know. Know is to have an idea or aspect of something. So only a fool would try to explain something that they don't have an aspect or idea of.
Mm-hmm.
Or a hustler. Or a shyster.
Nah, hustler ain't gonna do that.
I was different kind of hustler.
Everybody.
I don't want to get into my history of things like that. Not on here, but I've done that. It's like if you catch somebody coming from out of town and they trying to get something, you'll say anything. You'll say anything to make it happen. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but see, you really got knowledge of the person that don't know.
Yeah, we don't got to go through that. That's dead world science. We ain't got to go there. I feel you. I'm with you. I ain't even taking it there.
See, you know, there's a lot of, you know, ways of drawing this up. You know, I definitely
see, look at SW, a small hustler analyzes someone. I done sold dudes the seeded part. Wait a minute. I done sold dudes the seeded special saying it was high powered.
Yeah, but
see, I'm closing that can of worms, SW. We're not going there, man. Yeah. Let's deal with knowledge born.
You speaking from a point of knowledge. It's the person who you telling that to that don't know.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna go into my personal history. I have utilized I've sound like an expert on something that I really didn't know at all just to get the money. But I'm not going into that.
Karma Zombie, when you speak with authority on things you don't know, you mislead people with establishment. Divine Understanding said there should operative word, no manifestation of sound that should be the best part of what you speak of if you don't know.
YG was going in about in too deep.
You gotta maintain, man. People might be on appeal.
YG, you from Boston, sir? What's going on? He said, "Yo, we gonna get this history right and exact."
Nah, we good, man.
He said that was my uncle. We gonna build about this.
But see, first of all, you know, see, it says seven characteristics of a wise man, right? So that means these are traits that you're going to notice in somebody that's wise.
Right. A hustler's not really a wise man because he out there beating people and stuff. That's not a wise man.
People that he beating. That's what counts.
Because if you're doing that, eventually you're going to get just ice.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
Point, you know, when you're dealing with, these are things that you're going to notice, right, about somebody who has wisdom, regardless if they got this knowledge or not.
Free to be me. I feel you on that. Right.
So right now, if you dealing with if if you're dealing with, say, a scientist, you know what I'm saying? Or let's say you're dealing with a doctor, right? Now, if the conversation is about your health, they're gonna sound like an expert. But if you ask that same doctor, you know, yeah, I got this geological study right here. Could you tell me if it's oil in this part of the land right here? They're gonna sound like a fool if they try to speak on that. So just generally speaking, you know what I'm saying? When even in terms of when you out there teaching, stick to the stuff you know. See, like it's plenty of stuff I don't know. I don't be talking about that.
Right. I just heard you refer to I think some food sciences to Sunez. You just referred like, nah, Sunez know that. I don't. That's a
Right.
wise man though. That's a wise man.
Yeah, right.
Know what you say and say what you know. I was taught that.
Yeah. You see what I mean? Because, you know, and see, that's something we were speaking on yesterday too. See, a lot of people don't want to do that because they don't understand the science of Allah when we saying that there's somebody who's the best knower. You know what I mean? But that's not across the board. That's cipher to cipher. The one amongst us that might be the best knower about this thing right here may not be the best knower about that thing right there.
Peace wise you.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, they get caught up in that. You know what I'm saying? But in order to, you know, express your, you know, what I'm saying is that it don't matter how much supreme intelligence you got. If you begin speaking on things that you haven't applied that supreme intelligence to, that's unwise and you're going to sound unwise. You understand what I mean? And then
yeah,
if your goal is to be teaching, you're going to have a hard time civilizing.
Well, let me say this too. Like in our culture, whatever you say can be scrutinized. But when you deal with other schools of thought, say if you go in the mosque and the minister is speaking on the rostrum, you can't say anything while he's speaking. So if he says something wrong, you are not allowed to correct him. If you in the church and the pastor is speaking and he says something wrong, you're not allowed to say anything. You know, I don't know about the other schools of thought. I never really been in like Hebrew Israelite temple or nothing like that, or the Judaism stuff. But that's one thing that differs in our nation. Like, you just can't get up there and say anything. You know what I mean? You're going to be held accountable for what comes out your mouth.
It's going to be subject to be shown and proven.
Yes, sir. All day long.
He is not hostile to answers nor questions.
That goes right into right into what we was just saying.
Yeah, this one right here is this is a doozy that doesn't get respected in this day and time.
I mean, it was just like we was just saying though, like
how we drawing this one out.
Can I give an example of this?
You there?
Yeah. Can I give an example of this? So when I first was around the Wu-Tang Clan, right?
Yeah, what's going on my screen?
Can you hear me? Yo. 1, 2.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. So when I was first around the Wu-Tang Clan, right? It was firmly established that the best knowers of the cipher was RZA, Jizza, and Old Dirty. So when they started going on the road and stuff, they started getting questioned. Um, some of the members, they wasn't on point with their lessons, so they at certain points they jumped on brothers on the road, and that only goes to say that they wasn't dealing with the scrutiny. They couldn't deal with the scrutiny of saying that you one of Allah's 5%. So I just give an example of Ghost and Raekwon. They eventually became Muslims because in our culture, you could be 75 years old and somebody 12 years old could ask you today's degree in 1 to 40. You got to give it up. And they know who is you and I'm too old. You know what I mean? Them brothers couldn't deal with that pressure. Subsequently, they became Muslims. I'm not going to say that's the main reason, but it definitely has something to do with it. And when you on wax quoting lessons and stuff, if you quote the wisdom degree in the student enrollment on a record, then you better know that knowledge degree and every other degree before that. So I just wanted to say that. Why you laughing, man? I'm keeping it 100. It's 2020. That means double truth. I'll give it double truth up. I don't care. My culture is double truth. It's 2020. The truth times 2. What you gonna do?
Kip Sylvester said, the one who gets angry at a question you can tell his ego is involved and he doesn't know the answer. Jasim said any hostility would come from an assumption of why the other person is asking and answering. People answer because you ask. People ask because they're curious. Divine Understanding said hostile means to be unfriendly or antagonist. It's also, what I'm saying, like the guy was saying, everything is to be shown and proven. You understand what I'm saying? And, just in terms of, knowledge means respect. You know what I'm saying? And another thing you got to understand is that, when, just you dealing with a person, if they agree with you, right, just because you said something, now we've entered religion. Like if you say, listen, I'm the Pope, and I gave the decree that Jesus was God and a man. And that's how it is. So we've entered religion, right? If a person don't have to show and prove what you're saying to themselves, right, before they accept it. You see what I'm saying? So if you telling somebody something, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? And you start to become hostile just because this person asked you a question. You've entered the realm of where you want to be religious. You see what I'm saying? That's what the religious people do. If you don't agree with the way how we say God is supposed to be, all right, we send the army over there.
Peace. Alberto Alamo came in, so did D Christian.
Yeah, that's Sun God. Yeah, D Christian. Yeah, you missed a little fair amount. You know what I mean? We had stories. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I ain't messing with you, man. I ain't messing with you, man.
We done got some street details and everything, man.
Yeah. Why'd you told us the whole story of In Too Deep? You missed that.
Yeah. But that's when you dealing with religion. See, that's why even in love, man, he said it was certain times man, well, Allah would be around, people would be around. He'd be telling, look, ask me anything. When everything was subject to be shown improvement, it wasn't just, the young guys. That made him.
Let me ask you a question, Darkim. Did you ever heard that Elijah Muhammad used to have a suitcase with 10 G's in it in every speech, and he said if you could prove one thing wrong, you could have his 10 G's?
I heard something like that.
Yeah, he never gave up the suitcase either.
Yeah, but I didn't know he had it on him. I heard it was something like, a challenge.
Nah, I heard so it was a Muslim there with a real hard fade with a lot of muscles that carried the suitcase. Word up. I'm being serious.
Why you always going in on that Muslim brothers, man?
I'm not going in on him. I'm saying it was a real, like one of them bodybuilding FOIs. He had the suitcase.
You know what I'm saying?
I have no problem with the Nation of Islam. My cousin Malik is the minister of the Atlantic City Mosque right now. I taught him. Word is mine. You remember my cousin Malik? You don't remember him?
How you look?
Skinny. Always kept a low haircut. He always looked like a FOI anyway. No, but he had locks before though. You might not remember him. But he was my student.
K Black C said that's what the Vatican did to the scientists in Italy. Right. You know what I'm saying? When there's, hostility just because people is giving answers, and when there's not an understanding that, everybody gotta see the light for themselves. You know what I'm saying? You gotta understand your nature as a teacher and a student for life in order to not become hostile to answers nor questions. You see what I'm saying? Exactly what we building on today. You gotta remember that you have to maintain your civilization as well as teaching civilization.
Indeed.
So that means that when a person asks you a question, right, you don't become hostile that you have to teach. You understand what I'm saying? And when you ask a question, you don't become hostile, in the way you asking the question because you the student.
Christopher Good in peace.
Yeah, that's the brother right there. He answers. He answers all questions to the point. This is another doozy right here. This is another doozy right here where
man.
We get a lot of filibustering in this day and time. You know what I'm saying? D. Christian said goes back to the humility you mentioned yesterday.
One of my mottos is humility is the key to understanding. I said that to Love Eternal back in the day. He said, not in Medina. And I said, Love Eternal, you from far. Listen, I said, Love Eternal, but you from Far Rockaway. He got mad. That's my brother, though. But he got mad at me when I said that to him.
But this is definitely, the particular one that I had when I first got it said he speaks direct and to the point.
Teach you real, keep it simple.
You know what I'm saying? And knowing who you're speaking to and where you're speaking. Exactly how to apply the wisdom.
Peace, divine truth.
Because all of that is going to affect, how a person receives the understanding. See, like the drops of water right? How many different things, right, affect how that drops of water hit the planet Earth? How heavy the mist was, the layer of current she was in. Okay?
Whether it's cold or warm.
You understand what I'm saying? So all of these things right here is having an impact on how your wisdom is received, man.
No doubt.
You got to speak directly to the point within every season so that your wisdom bear fruit.
Jasim, I hope you still not like that.
That's what he said. Somebody told me I'm the type of cat that would give a baby an apple and get mad when they throw it on the ground and break it. But it was my fault for not seeing they did not have teeth. I mean, that's, that would be pretty bad.
I hope you grew out of that, G.
You see what I'm saying?
Remember what they say to us? They used to say to us, like, would you give a baby steak? That's what they always used to say.
Right.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But see, when we already see a certain theme, a certain thread that's running through these, if you're paying attention. That all of this is about how you apply your knowledge. See, you can know the same things, right? You can take two people that know the same things about whatever given topic, but one of them applies his knowledge, right, in a way that coincides with these characteristics right there. Like you ever, like even on this YouTube stuff, like SW, I see SW on other videos that I'll be watching. I see SW on in the live. SW wild out on everybody, man. SW, he having me die. But listen, SW to tell you, when you watch some of these videos, there's some people that's like, yo, they smart. Like I like them and all, but I don't, just some they like a jerk. Well, I don't really, you know what I'm saying? I don't like listening to them, or I don't like dealing with them in whatever way. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, information and knowing when to apply it is the key to making the situation better. If you know CPR and somebody falls out next to you and you don't give them CPR, how could you show and prove that you knew it?
Indeed.
Application. It's about timing. They always say timing is everything, but time is true I master equality, meaning that once you know the truth, it's in you as the I. You have to master the equality or when to apply that truth. I don't go to my job and say the black man is God. Now, if I have a side conversation with somebody, I'll give them certain aspects of the reality of living mathematics. But I'm just trying to get money to feed my family. You don't have to go to circumstances like that and reveal everything about yourself. You got to be wise. It's a big chess game.
Serious mathematics did a very good point right here. The great teachers were great students.
Right.
That's
and I would say this, God, pardon me for cutting you. The great teachers are still students.
Yeah. Where, like I said, if you look at our particular line, you know what I'm saying, our particular tree, I'm talking about going, from Elijah, Malcolm, Allah, they was all particularly studious. So we get come down to he does not interrupt rudely. You know, that right there is you know, when we say wisdom bring about a bad culture.
I had to start laughing a little bit on that because I think I was building about this before. And again, we're not talking ill of the dead. This is just some funny stuff. But when Papa Wu used to build at the Parliament, he would never get in line. You know how you got to get in line. Remember, at one point you had to sign your name before you build. He would never do that. He would just wait till somebody said something that he didn't like and just shut him down. He'd just be like, "Now, Cypher. Now, Cypher. You don't know what you're talking about. We're going to sing the Enlightener." He just cut you off.
But this one is you know, fairly straightforward right there.
Yeah.
Is that you know, when you start interrupting rudely, right? That's gonna cause an argument with which people can't determine who's the fool.
As soon as you said that, that came to mind. Yep.
See, you probably won't even be able to determine who's the fool because now you're in a heated conversation where you might not even be able to pay attention to what you're saying either.
Right. They get emotional.
Okay. So you definitely, this is not going to be a characteristic of someone who appears wise. You see what I'm saying? Because is it wiser, right, to do the knowledge or to be talking?
2 ears, 1 mouth.
You understand what I'm saying? Like what's that saying? I don't know where it comes from. Asiatic mathematics, probably Asiatic. He's into that Eastern stuff. What's that saying? What they say is better to don't say nothing and let people think you stupid than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Right. Right. That's right.
Where that come from? Asiatic mathematics.
I definitely remember that one. What I used to do when brothers used to be trying to scream on me, I used to say the first aspect of knowledge is respect. If you can't respect me, we can't go to wisdom. So I don't want to talk to you. And just walk away from it. I guess we don't really have that no more, huh? Brothers getting screamed on and all that no more.
I mean, you do, but you know what it is too? Like I said, man, a lot of things, I think, especially for people in our age group, right? A lot of things was based on the fact that we was children. You know what I'm saying? And we was coming around grown people. So there was a little bit of that element. And then the other element is that us as children, we also just in that competitive, testosterone-filled part of life. You know what I'm saying? Where we constantly just being aggressive and competing regardless. You know what I mean? So that's like the aspect of it that, like you said, now, you know, we just in a different phase of life where that's not going on amongst us. You know what I'm saying? But it's still going on out there.
I would say also the sad reality is that generation of brothers is actually, you know, their earthly sciences are over.
That too. But I'm saying that even when it's like, look, you know, that's actually a conversation that's been had. Where it's like, listen, you know, we all the men now. You know, this is not, you know, 1988 when, you're going on free cipher, and I'm knowledge quality. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So now when we all got the experience of certain things.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm
don't think
saying?
you could be nice during the crack era either. You had to get screamed on. It
That's
was
another
Uzis
thing.
and it was
That's
Uzis
another
and crack in the street. Like,
and that, right. That was an era that we was living in too. That was, we
ve-
came from a little more rough house.
right, very volatile. Very
Yeah.
volatile.
And
Yeah.
knowing, see, like now you in a social media age, like somebody put where, you type all type of stuff about somebody and they ain't on some other part of the world, where y'all ain't never gonna see each other. You know what I'm saying? We from the time where, this is, we gonna rough house. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gotta come outside. It's gonna be too hot in there eventually. You know what I'm saying?
Like that goes into when you say you first met me, what was going on. That was a cipher that was 3,000 miles away, but I had to handle that
Yes.
because the brother came to the parliament.
Yeah, that was funny. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at this nigga like, why you tell me what's his, man? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. It's like you couldn't hide back then. You couldn't hide.
See, look, that's one of them times of what we talk about in terms of character. It was like, see, I know you ain't got to do it.
Right. Right.
Now, here's another doozy, man, that people don't pay attention to a lot of times these days.
God, hold on for a minute.
He speaks on first things first and last things last. Jasim said one thing to add on: if somebody doesn't get what you're saying, you won't gain understanding from an increase in volume. And you know what's a high science about that? Is that to simplify that, right? You ever notice that, like, if somebody is speaking to somebody that don't speak English, they start speaking louder, like if that's gonna make them understand what they're saying. But yeah, I agree with that, man, 100%. Asiatic mathematics, you never heard that one. Get out of here, man. We finally found the saying that Asiatic mathematics. You gotta listen, man. You gotta get on that. You gotta get on that Asiatic mathematics. Eating wordsmith. Fly phrase says like they deaf. Yeah, they not deaf. They just don't understand English. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, he speaks on first things first and last things last. See, first of all, that means that it's an order to everything, first of all. Right. Jasim said, I think this quip is about making sure to keep things in their proper order and go through each part and aspect without being distracted. Because see, that's a scientific method. See what I'm saying? 793rd said, have actually known someone used to dealing with arguments and verbal combat that they de-escalate their convo talking soft and slow. Right.
That's the law of
Man,
supreme
real.
mathematics, God.
Huh?
That's the law of supreme mathematics right there.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we was just dealing with. You know, when you're dealing with an actual scientific method. You understand what of analyzing things, you know what I'm saying? If, you know, whether you in a conversation or whether, you know, you dealing with something by yourself. You know what I'm saying? You got to deal with first things first and last things last. You see what I'm saying? Meaning, look, you don't put the food in the oven, you know what I'm saying? You know, if you know, a lot of y'all don't eat meat, but, you know, you put the season on it before you put it in the washing it.
Right.
You know, if you eat meat, you wash it, and then you put the season on it, and then you put it in the oven. If you put the season on it, then wash it, you wash off all the season.
Right.
If you put it in the oven first, that's just nasty. You know?
Right. Listen.
Make sure you do things like that so I don't never eat at your house.
Listen, this is what used to happen with us, and I'm sure this happened to you as well. You say if you was on the 1 to 14, and you might ask a brother about the build degree in 1 to 40, and that man would be like, "You not on that degree yet. Just learn what you learning, and then holler back at me." It was very regimented like that back in the day. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, when I got the knowledge from Raheem, he said, "Don't read no other books. Don't read nothing. Just learn 120 verbatim. Then go back to reading all the books that you want to read."
Yeah.
That's keeping first things first. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Because you can't lock in.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, real hip hop here, he said he doesn't wash his meat.
What?
Yeah, I think you did. I don't know. Maybe. Where you from, real hip hop?
Well, hip hop, you need to do that because it's meat travels. Unless you doing it yourself, you still gotta wash it. If you slaughtering it yourself, because it's gonna have different things on it. But you need to do that for your health, brother. And anybody else that you're feeding.
And don't sleep too. That even at the supermarket, they put all types of waxes and food coloring and stuff in meat to make it look more attractive.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
the preservatives that they use.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Right. To let it to make it last longer in the store.
Right. It's precisely that's the stuff I'm talking about. So yeah, you need to watch that stuff off.
You know what I've been doing, God? I live close to Philly. So I live 40 minutes from Philly, 45 minutes. I've been going to this place on 9th and Market. And it's a meat market. Since this Corona thing started, I don't buy no more meat from supermarkets or nothing. I go to this market, and I'm sure they got those markets in New York where they get it from the butcher or whatever. And you get it straight from the ice. And it's cheaper.
I like, to tell the truth, I like what you just said. When you go straight to the butcher, that's usually the best jump off right there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why I've been going now.
You know, one thing that you hit on the head, though, if there is a devil that's made by the brothers in this room, that's it. But you got, you know, brothers that know a little bit of every lesson.
Oh, real hip hop is bugging out. He said I use deodorant.
Yeah,
he wildin'. He wildin', son.
Is this must not be the same real hip hop that be in Sunya's room. He's in a different level.
It's all good, man. Just listen and learn, man. Everybody get knowledge in their own time.
Here's another doozy right here. This is another doozy. He admits when he does not know.
That's that ego again.
Yeah, right. See, this one is fairly straightforward.
That's powerful. That's powerful.
Remember a long time ago, man, I was asking y'all questions, man, and I told y'all, listen, I don't know is a valid answer. That's a valid answer, man. Like instead of us sitting here, for 30, 40 minutes while you tap dance and all, listen, man, just say you don't know. Now it's up to me. I'm a teacher or not. The person that's a teacher is either going to tell you or they're going to, show you the way to the answer, how you could come to the answer on your own. Somebody that got some other motive, then they're going to go into their 10% or, whatever that aspect is.
The gods taught me that. The gods taught me humility and told me that just based on ways and actions and things that it's okay to say you don't know nothing. But it's not okay to act like you know something and start speaking on it.
Right.
I really learned that from Mel Kwan. Mel Kwan taught me that when I was real young in knowledge. And he told me too, he said, we don't lie to each other. We might lie in court. We might even lie to our wisdom. But we do not lie to each other. And that always stayed with me. You know what I'm saying? Always.
Yeah.
Because the brotherhood, like I never had no physical brothers, but the brotherhood of the nation took me to another level. I remember one time me and you, right? We was going to that studio downtown and we was roughhousing. And then I got mad and you was like, God, you gonna fight me? You remember that? and I looked at you and I was like, nah, come on. I can't fight my brother. You know what I'm saying? Like that hit me. Like you called me with a heart shot right there. You ain't even hit me. Like I was just like, nah, hell no. What am I thinking about?
Kip Sylvester said, when anyone replies to a matter before he hears the facts, it is foolish and humiliating. D. Christian said, opposite of Mr. Know-It-All, but don't know nothing. 793rd said, this Japanese young lady who used to have a loudmouth boyfriend from BK, as well as different people with similar experiences, mastered that tone and rate of speech. To de-escalate the situation. SW said, I'm usually the first one to tell a person I don't know instead of speaking on what I don't. Fly Phrase said, you got two, otherwise you just making stuff up. Yeah. That's what ends up happening when you can't just admit you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And see, I think that's a religious thing too. I think that's a holdover from the religious way of looking at God. You know what I'm saying? That you thinking that just saying you don't know is some form of weakness.
Yeah, I've been in churches, right, and asked preachers questions. And the final outcome of that was you just gotta believe. Or you have no faith, son. That's what they used to say that to me. You have no faith, son.
Well, the way my pops explained it to me, what he said made sense. I just still couldn't accept it. Is he said, exactly what you said in terms of, look, you just gotta have faith. He was like, look, if God just came and landed on the roof right there, right, and just a bolt of lightning came out his finger, then you wouldn't have to believe in him no more. Because then you seen him right there, then the whole point of all of it, it wouldn't be no point. So, you know, at first it was like, oh, all right, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, yeah, that's true. Like, if I knew, then I wouldn't believe. You know what I'm saying? But what happened is eventually I got to the point where I realized, yeah, there ain't no point. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I said, he was like, yeah, but if we knew who God was, it wouldn't be no point to all this stuff right here. I realized, yeah, there ain't no point. So I left it alone, man.
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
I mean, I don't know what this guy's talking about.
Yeah,
but I think that
hopefully, man, real hip hop is gonna come back and whip your ass. You're trolling on his account.
I'm not even acknowledging that brother no more. But listen, it's the great unknown that's the fuel of religion, because religion is an economic base. You know what I'm saying? If they could hide the mystery God,
9 o'clock,
then you could always, kick in. You got to kick in.
Mm-hmm.
In a gang cipher is more real, because you know who the leader is.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to kick down. You got to kick down to build this structure that we're trying to do.
And we got Jonathan Kidd just came in.
Peace.
Visible man, and see it in the preacher's driver's spot.
Wait a minute, where's that?
Yeah, listen. I remember it used to be Reverend Humans. Reverend Humans used to have the biggest Cadillacs, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? This Cadillac was like a yacht or something.
Yeah.
He used to pull up in the church, yo. This whip was wild big, son.
Yeah. I went through the church cipher too after my family fell victim to after they became Sunnis when Elijah Muhammad's son took over, War of Deen. Now listen, let me say this about that. You always say I'm going at the Sunnis, but I gotta say this. So Elijah Muhammad returns to the essence, right? They put his son in charge. Now his son, War of Deen Muhammad, he sent him to the schools in the East. He didn't send him in the schools in the East to become a Sunni, but that's what he became. So he started calling us the Bilalian nation, right? Bilal was the slave of the Prophet Muhammad, and the first one to call the Adhan, which is the first chapter of the Quran, is a prayer. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So by him calling us Bilalians, he was separating us from the Sunnis that was of European descent. You know what I mean? So when my family fell victim to that, it opened the door for them to become Christians. Took them all the way back to the 1940s with my family, because 1940s was the last time people was Christian. In 1950, they was in the Nation of Islam, but War of Deen Muhammad, with his Bilalian nonsense, took them all the way back.
Why you got?
I'm just saying, God, that's separation from if you're a Muslim and I'm a Muslim, why you gonna call me a Bilalian? That's separation. That's like saying you a 5%, I'm a 5%, but you a New York 5% and I'm a New Jersey 5%. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
The first thing you got to do to make a devil is separate. So that's what he did. So when my family went to the church, I went with him. So my whole point was, I used to go to this one church called Macedonian Baptist Church in Trenton, New Jersey. And it was this reverend who used to be a pimp. So he went and he still had the mannerisms and dressing style of a pimp. And he used to conduct himself. He eventually got kicked out of the church because, of course, he was smashing mad women in there that was married and stuff. But we got him back because he was definitely smashing his daughters.
Man.
I just want to say that. Oh, Asiatic God Mathematics said Bilal wasn't Prophet Muhammad's slave either, Lord. He was freed by Prophet Muhammad. Okay, he bought him though. He bought Bilal. So if Bilal was the original man and Muhammad bought him, what nationality was Muhammad most likely? But we ain't got to get into that. I agree with you there, Asiatic Mathematics. I'm not going to say he's a slave, but he bought the man.
What's this? He said the Adhan is not the first CH
chapter.
Oh.
What is it then? The call to prayer is the first chapter. That thing you hear when you used to live in East New York every day, 5 times a day.
Mm-hmm.
Remember we had to turn the equipment off when they start doing that?
Yeah.
That's the Adhan.
We got Siri. Siri came in now.
Peace.
Al-Fatiha.
Al-Fatiha. Yeah, that you right. I'm wrong. You right. I'm wrong about that. Al-Fatiha is the first chapter. But the call is when they just say Allahu Akbar. You're right, G. I'm wrong. You're right.
The TV said Elijah Muhammad said Prophet Muhammad was a white man.
Yes, he did. That was my whole point, but that's a whole nother show. I don't want to get into that. So Prophet Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad did say that.
We might have to do that one for tomorrow.
I'm with it. Just tell me what time you're going on.
I gotta come on early because I'm in the studio tomorrow. Might do a little buzz in the chat.
What time?
I think I gotta be out there at 7.
Well, just text me and let me know what time you're coming on. But it makes sense that he was white if you go through the history, but that we'll deal with that tomorrow.
Elijah said the Jews in the Bible were white too. Calm Islamly said, yeah, it's well known he was white. Sunni Hadith says he was white. All in the business said Elijah Muhammad said he was white in Theology of Time.
Calm Islami said Khalid Muhammad called Muhammad a dirty, dusty desert Arab.
Yeah.
That sounds like my brother. All in the business said Elijah said Muhammad was white in the Theology of Time. You know what got us twisted? See, y'all younger than us, right? But we had the Dr. York in them. And what Dr. York did, Dr. York made all of the prophets look like him. Anybody that was important in any scripture, Bible, Quran, he made all of them look like him. So they used to say, yeah, the black man is God, but he's not Allah. Then they said the black man is Allah, but he's not, what's the other word they use, yo? When they turn Nubian Islamic Hebrews. Anyway, they roped a lot of us in because we came up in a pro-black era. You know what I'm saying? So they roped us in with telling us all the prophets was black. And we wanted that because we had been inundated with white images our entire youth. So once we got the knowledge of self, that was easy for a lot of us to be like, yeah, Muhammad's black, Jesus is black. You know what I mean? And we had to do deep investigation to figure some of this stuff out. know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
You
mean that's
see,
something that I heard. I heard people saying back and forth for years. I never really looked into it. You know,
I did my research with that.
I guess we could go into the science of that tomorrow too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, I never. You know, Muhammad is Elijah Muhammad.
Now we talking about Muhammad from 1400 years ago.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's all fine and good. I don't really, you know what I'm saying? I don't really see that as having that to do with me like that. You know, that's from a past Quran.
What you talking about?
In terms of, whatever happened 14 years ago, in the desert in Arabia, that's like another time and another people that ain't really got nothing to do with me.
Well, what this is the only relevance that it has, and we was discussing this a little bit a couple of days ago when we was building about the point that we didn't come to an understanding on. This is the point that some people don't understand. Things said in the Arabic language sometimes are just interpretations and not religious terms. When you say Allah, you say God, the reality of it is one is English and one is Arabic. Now, what we have done as a nation is we have to crush the mystery God. We deal with the acronym of a arm, leg, arm, supreme head. But that's not a literal, you know what I'm saying? Definition. You understand what I'm saying? So there are people who speak Arabic in this world who are not Muslims. They are Christians right over there in Saudi Arabia and all that. So just because you use an Arabic term, it doesn't mean you're dealing with religion. I got a friend of mine named Dehab, right? Matter of fact, he's Exact Mind's brother. I met Dehab before I met Exact Mind. Dehab is a devout Sunni Muslim. So when you can hear me, God?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when Brand Nubians had that song, Allahu Akbar, Allah, you remember that song?
Mm-hmm.
He saw the video. We was watching the video together, right? And he was like, see, y'all want to use our religion, but y'all don't want to bear witness to it. And I said, yo, Allahu Akbar just means God is the greatest in Arabic. Why does that have to be religion? Language and religion are not the same things. You know what I'm saying? God is the greatest. I'm the greatest. So are you, if you realize who you are. You know what I mean?
The babies are the greatest.
I mean, that's peace. I can't debate that. But we are the greatest. All of us are. You know what I'm saying?
This mathematics says psychological chain of bondage plague our people. It's all about studying self and viewing things in an esoteric sense. Asiatic mathematics said, I recall when I was in the cipher, one thing that messed my head up. I went to a mosque, read Sahih Muslim Hadith, and in it, Prophet Muhammad was killing black dogs. What did that mean? People.
It probably was. It probably was a allegorical statement.
Sham God said there are other writings of Elijah that said Muhammad was black. Kareem said it's well known Dr. Wesley Muhammad showed and proved Muhammad was black. The Christian said Khalid, where we out here? Where we at?
when Elijah said that Muhammad was the original man, if I'm not mistaken, it was in that same sentence that he said Muhammad was a white man. He said, you know, I'm the real Muhammad. The real Muhammad is a black man. That Muhammad you all worshiping in that Quran is old white Muhammad.
Who is this? All
That's
on the
what he said.
business?
Yeah, this piece of the guy.
Peace,
Yeah,
God. Peace, God.
yeah. I got kicked off a second ago. I was trying to add on a few times, but you could listen to that audio on YouTube, or you could read it in that book that he wrote. You know what I'm saying? Or that
Right,
somebody they transcribed it.
right,
You know
right,
what I'm saying? He makes it clear that no prophet is a devil. All the prophets have been original men, whether they was half original or all the way original. So, you know, he was saying, you know, the painted faces, man. You know, back in the days, you couldn't even, it was illegal
right,
to have a picture of Muhammad.
right, right. It's still somebody a
Yeah,
tie a
yeah,
bomb on their back and run in your house if you do that shit now over there.
yeah, yeah. And Bilal was the first person to call prayer in public in the name of Islam. As
Right,
far as far as the religion of Islam, he was the first one to come outside and actually say Allahu Akbar.
right,
Muhammad and them was scared. They didn't even want to go in public and say, you know, Allahu Akbar.
right. He
Or
also got them into Ethiopia. They was not going to let Muhammad into Ethiopia unless Bilal was with them.
exactly.
So if you know the history of the people of Ethiopia, right, and Bilal being original, why do you think they wouldn't let Muhammad in without Bilal?
Because Bilal, so it's told that he was Ethiopian.
I mean, just original period.
Yeah, the black man, definitely dark black man. You know, from the accounts I've read.
So all these Sunnis that dye they beard red,
Mm-hmm.
right? I know they do that out here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they do that in Love and Law, but the only way he could be original if he was like Malcolm X. If he had a red beard and all that stuff, like the way they portray it, the only way he had to look like Malcolm X, Prophet Muhammad.
Well,
If he was original.
one of my family members, their hair will turn red in the summer. Not red all the way red, but the tip of their hair will turn red every summer.
Mm.
And then it'll go away. You know, my old earth, her eyes turn green in the winter.
Mm.
And then they stay brown throughout the rest of the year. But every winter, her eyes get a green hue to them.
Mm.
You know, so you know, they did say his beard was red, and them brothers do be dyeing their beards. They be dyeing their beards all the way red.
No doubt.
So
Yeah, I always wondered what that was about. The
Yeah,
Christians
because
say
they try.
take this and peace to the memory of Malcolm X on his born day. Yeah, we were shouting out Malcolm X earlier. I
Yeah,
didn't even know it was
yeah,
born.
peace to Malcolm X.
yeah. I
Kareem
definitely
said,
did that earlier.
Kareem said, "Where's the 7 characteristics of a fool?" I'm sure
It's
that
the
exists.
it's the opposite
It
of what
was,
we're talking about. This,
I remember, it was a degree like that. Like it was the plain fool. It was some different types of food. I know the plain fool was in there, the stupid fool. It was, I've
hey,
seen
God,
stuff like
all you got to do is each one of these characteristics, the opposite of them is what you're looking for. Sometimes when
kept
truth
surrender,
is stated,
kept surrender.
falsehood is automatic because it's the opposite of it.
Kip Sylvester
But I
said,
don't want to talk about opposites with these two guys on the phone. So go ahead.
Kip Sylvester said, I recall those scrolls of Dr. York. Why my father comes out of that school, I thought you grew up seeing those pictures in my house when I did live with my pops. The king said, I thought Elijah said Master Farr had a white mother and an Asiatic father.
He did.
Asiatic mathematics said there's also a hadith that said Prophet Muhammad called an Ethiopian a raisin head.
Damn.
Said my neighbor growing
That's ignorant.
was heavy into York. Julie TV said, I have Dr. Pork's book of the 5%.
Throw that in the garbage, brother.
Yeah, the nuts, man.
Throw that in the garbage. Hey, wait a minute. All on the business.
D. Christian said, it's funny because Muhammad ran to Ethiopia for a refugee. Sham God King said, all of the prophets were original. Never was a white prophet. Carmen's Longley said, Muhammad low-key got some science and civilized the white Arabs. The boss said, I was taught that Prophet Muhammad was an original man. While Son said, but you're right, Supreme Man. That's just for a moral boost. Carmen's Longley said, Kabal represents the square they were put on. Julia TV said, there's a video on YouTube with Elijah saying Prophet Muhammad is white. Jonathan Kidd said Allah means the God in Arabic.
What?
I try to give you a shot here, real records, but you're gonna get hurt. So I'm gonna get you out the street. I'm gonna get you out the street before you get hurt.
In Arabic, Allah does not have a definition. Okay? This is why they got 99 titles for Allah.
Hold on for a second. Let me run through this and then we're gonna go back. Arabic, D. Christian said Arabic is an Afro-Semitic language. Asiatic Mathematics said that's true because I met some Arabic Christians who work at a store and they use the name Allah. Yeah, that's true. Jonathan Kidd said Al means La means God. Comments normally the Sunni Allah was just another moon deity before Muhammad made it supreme. The boss said, I thought the language came into existence before Al-Islam was established. Jonathan Kidd said there's esoteric and exoteric. Serious Mathematics said, where did Elijah say, I'm supposing where did Elijah say Muhammad was white? Asiatic Mathematics said, here's the hadith. I found it in my copy and paste. You're going to copy and paste it. This is the hadith. Allah's messenger ordered us to kill dogs, and we carried out this order so much so that we also killed the dog coming with the woman from the desert, and Allah's apostle forbade their killing. He, the prophet, further says, it is your duty. The jet black dog have 2 spots on the eyes, for it is the devil.
It's getting weird in the room, bro. It's getting weird in the room.
Allah's messenger ordered us to kill dogs, and we carried out this order so much so that we also killed the dog coming with the woman from the desert. Then Allah's apostle forbade their killing. He, the prophet, further said, it is your duty, the jet black dog having 2 spots on the eyes, for it is the devil. All right, now, I know how to read this kind of language. Well, what are you saying this means? Jonathan Kidd said actually it was a lot that was the moon goddess and one of the daughters of Allah. Asiatic mathematics says, I think, what's here? I think they are talking about actual dogs. If you met any Orthodox Muslims, they don't like dogs to this day. I think it's meant to be allegory. I don't think it's meant to be allegory. Okay, so, what was the significance about it?
It's getting weird in the room, God.
Qam Islami said the Abu Tafail, did you see Allah's messenger, may peace be upon him? He said, yes, he had a white, handsome face. Abu Tafail, who died in 100 Hijra, was the last of the companions of Allah's messenger. Kareem said Ethiopia was before Bilal. He sent some of his followers there because he heard it was a righteous king who would be open to the truth. Real hip hop, I don't think you're gonna be getting no degrees. I think it would be best for you to leave us alone. Jonathan Kidd said it was said Far's mother was Indian, thus her name Baby G, which is Indian for Baby G. Universal came in. Muhammad took refuge in Medina. Savior said, I always thought the Quran was written to make the Bible clearer. So 2 revisions made to the Bible. I always thought the Quran was written to make the Bible clear. Oh, yeah. That's what I always thought the Quran was written to make the Bible clearer. So the Quran is revisions made to the Bible. The dog killing stuff, I don't know what that's about too. And Muhammad wasn't a Muslim the same way Jesus wasn't a Christian. White in Arabic at that time was a reference for righteousness, not skin color. If talking about skin, he was white, and they would have said, if talking about skin and he was white, they would have said red. All right, so let's come back on all on the business with dealing with,
Yes, sir.
you saying with Allah, you said does not have a meaning in Arabic.
Yeah, it doesn't. If you ask a Muslim, if as in regarding to religion, right? If you ask a Muslim, they're gonna tell you that name, it attributes to the one God, but it doesn't have a definition, and this is why there has been 99 titles attributed to Allah, right? 99 titles, which means 99 attributes that describe who this man is. So you could define, when this, how to identify this man when you see this man. You know what I'm saying? So this in Arabic they had 99 titles, right? But it's more than that now because we the true and living gods, and there's many more titles than 99, right? However, when you're dealing with the word of law, we see it as arm, leg, supreme head, and that's because English language. Hold on, I think I'm breaking up. Hold on, let me get off. So the English, am I here? Y'all hear me?
Indeed.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace, peace.
Peace.
Bill, God.
Peace. Back. Oh, hey, I had cut off real quick. Pardon yourself. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can't hear y'all. That's why. Okay, well, what I was saying is you could.
He broke up now. Darkim, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Whenever you bring religious into it like this, it's caused a lot of confusion. Because there's so many different interpretations of so many things. So I guess this is my fault for bringing this Sunni stuff up. I gotta stop doing that.
Hey, listen,
that caused a frenzy. That caused a frenzy.
If you notice, once it goes into this stuff, I gotta be quiet because look, the first characteristic that we went to, he does not speak what things.
Right.
He does. I don't even know nothing about this stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
No
especially
doubt.
at that. You know what I'm saying? That because even that's kind of a difference between Christianity and Islam. At least the black people that I know that deal with Islam, generally they're more knowledgeable about Islam than a Christian is about Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Like if you ask the Christian, if you ask me about the different elements of who was the first person to do this praying and all that praying, the average Christian don't know that.
Peace, God.
Peace, you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pardon yourself, I had cut off a second ago, right? So what I was saying is that the English language is the only language you'll find that will fit with the acronym that we use for Allah, arm, leg, on supreme head. That does not fit with any other language. You know what I'm saying? When you're dealing with supreme alphabet, when you're dealing with the English alphabet, right? And you're dealing with Arabic, first of all, Arabic is a symbol language. Okay, when you transliterate to letters, you're transliterating it to English letters. Okay, ALLAH. Okay, this came from Latin. Latin is but English is a group of a bunch of different languages in one, like a mutt language, right?
A bastard language. Right.
Right, but however, we derive the supreme alphabet from it. So when you're dealing with the English language, we could call it that, but at the same time, look at it for its greatness. It's not a symbolic language. It's a straightforward, everybody could transliterate and translate. Like China, they got symbols. Japan, symbols. Korea, symbols. Arabic, symbols. Russia, symbols. Parts of Europe, symbols. Meta-Nature, symbols. Arab, you're dealing with symbols that have to be transliterated to what? 2 letters. And then these letters are what makes the sound. See, right? I'm in New Mexico right now, right? As I drove here, I drove through an Indian reservation. The title, it said like something like Diop Iyaka, something like that, right? Now they're using the English alphabet to transliterate their language, even though their Indian language is symbolic too. They write symbols for it, except for you to say it, you have to know the pronunciation of the sound, right? So every letter we say makes a sound. When you say the sound out your mouth, you put these sounds together to make words. So Allah is a sound, okay? Allah, when you say Allah and you look at the etymology of that, it's going to say that the etymology of Allah is what the God said. It's going to say, it says what the brother said, that it's La, right? L-L-A-H, right? And it's going to say the etymology of that is Elah, E-L-A-H. And if you look at the etymology of Elah, it's going to say that Elah and Allah have the same derivative, and they have no etymology. They have no trace record to when the name or the utterance of Allah started. They don't even know when it started. So when you say Allah, you're talking about a proper title of God. You could say, yeah, that means the God, but then Allah, as far as when I was taught, I was taught that it was times when the gods would come up to Allah and say, peace to the God, and he say, yo, don't God me, yo, my name is Allah.
You know, when you see me, it's peace to Allah. You feel what I'm saying? So it's a difference between when you saying Allah and you saying God. This is why the knowledge degree in the alphabet is A equals Allah. The God degree is G equals God. But when you look at your math, it says our math is Allah God on number 7, Allah God. So it's showing you Allah is God and God is Allah. And there is no separating the two. However, you have to understand, you know, that Allah, that's the, you know, from what we know, from what the world knows, world history, that's the proper title and the original title of we will attribute to the Supreme Being. When you hear about the word God, that comes from Greek or that comes from German. When they went out there in Europe, yo, the black man is God, they were saying God about us, right? Except they were the ones saying God. That's their word, and then they attributed that to us. And then we took that word and we say, yo, you're right. That means Supreme Being, yeah, that's me. Who is that? That's Allah. That's no other than Allah. That word God y'all using. It's not no mystery. See, y'all want to teach that word is mystery, but that word that's me. You feel what I'm saying?
So what about
So
Harni
when
Krishna?
say,
What about like Harni Krishna? Harni Krishna means black God.
Hare Krishna, yeah. I mean, that's like when you say peace God, and you go to if you go to a Krishna spot to go eat food, when you walk in, they say Hare Krishna. It's Hare Krishna. You know, Hare Krishna. So they, you know what I'm saying? That's basically like them. They say peace to each other like that. However, when you dealing with these people in the country that deal with Krishna, that has foundation with that one man. I forget his name. I could get his name in a second. He brought that science out here, and the Caucasian people hooked on to, you know, he was the piece of magnetic. They didn't have no magnetic. They linked onto it. He realized that they was loyal followers. However, they religious made this thing into a religion too, right? So you deal with here Krishna people, Krishna's blue. You know, Krishna's blue. The elephant got 4 arms. You know, this and that. But if you look at the original pictures and depictions of Krishna, that's a black man. They make him a pitch black.
That was my point.
So you know, yeah. You know, so, but this is different than the black and blue. Right? Like if you say God would be like, if we was to like to relate it to that, Allah would be the black and the blue would be what came later, like the God version, right? But what I'm saying is the English language. We have to give a certain credit to it for when we say, yo, the English language is supreme. Because, first of all language comes from the original man. If you go back and you keep going back, it's all derived from us. So this language that we're using, that we manifesting this truth here in the hells of North America, yo, this language is really the perfect language. And this is why it fits right in. Arm, leg, arm, head. Keep it coming, myself, Lord and Master. You feel what I sincerely love Allah's mathematics. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, God, I'm just freestyle off top of the head, but I mean, you think of a million more. You understand what I'm saying?
Can I say this, guy?
Yo. Yes, sir.
I agree with you, but I'm going to say this. Like, I just have to deal with straight realism in a certain sense where we had to deal with a self-esteem.
Peace.
Because coming out of physical bondage, we were literally.
Peace. But pardon self, I can't hear you. Can you say it again, God? Pardon, I couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, I said that we a lot of things that are manifested is for the esteem also. Like you have to get self-esteem, and then you get into the science of it. Like coming out of physical bondage, we were literally reduced to animals, beasts of burden. So when you deal with, to me, that's how I see it. When you deal with certain things like I, self, Lord and Master, arm, leg, arm, supreme, head, and you know, it's many acronyms for everything. You have to take that worst part, be in the English language, and bring the best out of it. Now, when you say something like "I, self, Lord and Master," it's perfect because it's a description of the eternal power, which everybody said is outside of you, that you got to get on your knees and pray to, actually exists within you, right? But if you talk to somebody that's a Sunni or whatever, and you say, "I, self, Lord and Master," the translation of what their religion is, that's one of the worst sins. They'll say "Astaghfirullah." So we have to make a separation. Like sometimes, I'm not saying you did it, but sometimes brothers try to pull these religious terms into what we deal with, and that's not what we need to do. Like, let them keep all of that religious thing over there. We're dealing with the power that exists within, and that's no language. That's beyond language. You know what I'm saying? It's just different. It's been different manifestations of it through time. Our time had to come because of what our people physically went through in this country. Where you had centuries ago, people just engulfed the power within themselves and did what they had to do, such as like the pyramids and things of that nature. You know what I mean? Some of those things, they couldn't have been just manifested from physical labor, so to speak. It had to be a high science which manifested some of those things into existence. You know what I'm saying? Now, we don't got to get caught up in that because we're not trying to make pyramids right now. That's already been done. See, a lot of people, when they try to go to 50,000 years ago and deal with the Medjugorje sciences and things like that, or the Kemetic learning system, that's peace history. But that history has already been dealt with. We don't have to do that science. And even if you try to live out that science in the United States in the year 2020, it's not going to mathematically add up. You know what I'm saying? It's just not.
Yes, sir.
The Father came, he left the mosque. The mosque was peace. The mosque, when it was manifested, was the highest form of science at that time. And the Father came and said, you know what? It's still a mysterious aspect to this. Dealing with Master Father Muhammad. That power is within you. You don't have to pray to Master Father Muhammad. He's your nephew. How are you going to pray to your nephew? It's not logical. You know what I'm saying? All of that stuff is within you. You can manifest that yourself. That's what I got out of it. You know what I mean? We don't have to reach back and take none of this religious terms, Christianity, Buddhism, none of that.
Yeah.
We don't got to deal with none of that. Because we know who the true and living God is. And that has no language barrier. Because I've met brothers who know German, you know what I mean, who know Spanish. Dios. Dios is God. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter what language it is. It's more about the power that exists within you to do what you have to do to better yourself and others around you. But we needed a language. Every nation has a language. We created a language within a language.
Right.
To speak to each other.
Right.
You know what I mean? But if a brother is like, I used to ask this question, and Darkim, I want you to. It's gods in England. I know that for an actual fact. So in the 1 in 36, what does their first degree say?
My name is B.F. Muhammad.
Pardon me, the wisdom degree.
What
does the wisdom degree say?
Well, the wisdom degree gonna say the same, but that's their duty to correct that, to go for themselves, right? So,
right,
you know,
right,
they would
exactly.
say where they came from by themselves. You know, you know,
exactly.
That's like where I'm at right now. I just came to another state. I came here by myself. God drove 12 hours by myself. So
that sounds like some Darkim stuff. But go ahead. No, he drove to New
Nah,
Mexico
that's peace.
from New York.
Damn. Yeah, that's heavy. That's heavy. Now
Yeah, he
that's
did that
heavy.
for a while. He did that
I
for a
just
while.
drove from Cali. I just drove from Cali. It was sick.
The guy be trying to be humble, but he should have been a truck driver. But go ahead.
Nah, just I don't have no rebuttal to what you said or nothing like that. You know, I'm in
So,
the
so, let me continue then. So when you teach that in England, right? I came to North America by myself 379 years ago. The important part is not because I was taught you got to make the 1 to 36 your story. So when I start my 1 to 36, I say my name's Supreme Man in Law. I came to North America by myself, meaning that I came into the knowledge of what North America is all about once I got the knowledge of myself. Now, 379 years ago, as I understand when God was born, when I got that knowledge of myself. So the person in England, you still got to say that, but then you can get into a personal science of, if you want to trace the history of the original man being brought into England. You understand what I'm saying? See, the
yeah,
important part
science to
is,
that.
huh?
No, I said it's a science to that, right?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know that, so I ain't gonna try to get into that. What I'm saying, the most important part of that is the understanding of God being born, and that's the importance of what we deal with. We take the mathematical foundation of what we're dealing with, and we apply it to ourselves. So we don't need no religious stuff. I'm not saying you was implying that. I'm just saying for the brothers that don't know that or might be young in knowledge, it's a journey though. You got to learn how to think like this, where you dispel all religious things. And that's when you really start understanding the science of self, because self comes before any of that anyway. Even a person that's a devout Christian, if you don't deal with yourself first, you can't even begin to get into that. And then you get into the foundation of what Christianity is. One of them brothers, I think it was Savior Law, he said Muhammad wasn't a Muslim, Jesus wasn't a Christian. I beg to differ with Muhammad, because what I think Muhammad did was he studied all the religions that came before him, and he was the only person to name his religion. Everybody else got named something that they did in a high level, like Confucianism. He didn't say that. Jesus didn't say I'm a Christian. The Hebrew means one who crossed over the Euphrates River. That's a title given to anybody who does that. So he didn't do that. Abraham didn't name that. You understand what I'm saying? But Muhammad said, no, we are Muslims. We deal with religion. He's the only one that did that. That's why he couldn't have been this dumb dude that they say, this story that they say where he's just illiterate in the mountains and the angel Gabriel came to him and started teaching him. Like, how could you believe that? You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna talk about Muslims no more on this platform. It went crazy. It went crazy for a minute. Like the hidden Muslim and some brothers just jumped out of their body, and you know what I'm saying? We away from that, man. We not Muslims, man. We don't deal with that. So I'm done. Go ahead, brother. Whoever gonna build.
Man, that's you know, that was a but I suppose, there's some science, man, that y'all went through with that. You know, for me, like I said, those is once you got to get into the levels of where I got to learn a whole other language to really get the knowledge of what you're saying. Right now I got other stuff to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, after you pass 34 in the lessons, it's action time.
Mm.
You know what what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I understand what my culture is to do. You see what I'm saying? You know, I understand what's been lived out. You know what I'm saying? Up until this point, and the expiration is on me. You understand what I'm saying? But so yeah,
Well, another point is everybody's not going to be a 5%.
absolutely.
It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And some people, their religiosity, I don't know if that's a word. I got that from Don King, but their religiosity binds them into being a civil person because that's their level of equality that they've reached. And that's what makes them a good individual. See, we don't get this knowledge to destroy other people or recruit people. We just place the facts down there. And if you want to learn this science, then it's a process of getting it. You know what I mean? Like you might go in a mosque and they cutting Christianity in half or vice versa. We don't do that. We just give you facts and it's up to you. This culture wasn't meant to have mad 10 million people like that because it's hard to really live this out like that. We was talking earlier before you got on the phone all about the business that you're held in scrutiny for any word that comes out of your mouth. And there's really no other school of thought like that. You can't go in the mosque and challenge the imam right there on the spot. You can't go in the church and challenge the preacher. You can't do that. But here, you could be 70 years old and somebody 12 years old asks you to do a degree in 1 to 40. You got to get that up. There ain't no such thing as that. And I gave an example of Wu-Tang Clan, which I'm not going to do again because I know Darkim don't want to hear that again.
I heard it.
But
I was
yeah,
listening.
right.
Yeah.
That's the actual fact. I was there because there's a lot of weight to uphold. And you really thought that you was going to manifest some sciences and go on the road and know God wasn't going to say nothing to you? You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me.
Now, while son, we didn't get to the last one yet. I actually was saving that. Where's Premier Partner Network too? I was watching some stuff, man, with that you know, like the ADOS movement and some of the people, it's like a lot of back and forth or something.
Mm-hmm.
To where it was like, you know, I could see that's going to be a barrier. You know, I wanted to ask the brother about that, where it's like, you know, their main thing is reparations. You know what I'm saying? And one of the barriers to reparations, you know what I'm saying? One of the things that you know, the opposition is going to bring up, right, is that when it comes to reparations in America, right, how do we decide who gets paid and who's doing the paying?
Can I add on for a second with that?
Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay,
right?
go ahead.
So, for instance, in New York, right, you got a situation where you got a lot of people that say, well, look, you know, I'm white and everything, but my family came to North America in 1911. Like we came in with the Italians or whatever, or we came in, in the 1870s, so slavery was over. And we came in as peasants, so we never owned slaves. So why should we have to pay? That's one half of the opposition. And the other half is, yeah, but nobody in America today was ever a slave. And a lot of people in America today, they're not even related to slaves. So now you get the argument is who's really supposed to get paid, and who's supposed to do the paying. And I think in the midst of them trying to specify, in the midst of them trying to like address that opposition, right? It's caused some things to be said about other original people, right? Some blanket statements to be made. And then on the other side, certain blanket statements is made to where that seems to be a barrier right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do the ADOS convince all the immigrants that them getting reparations, right, is beneficial to everybody? You know what I'm saying? But we'll see what happens. SW said it's a concept that ain't legal. They're gonna throw it out off technicality. I mean,
this is what I gotta say, God, and I gotta motivate soon. But when you say American descendants of slavery, right? Right there is a separation, because American descendants of slavery is no different than Jamaican descendants of slavery, Cuban descendants of slavery, Dominican. We all came from the same spot. It was just different places where people went at. So if you got somebody that's a Jamaican immigrant,
see, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. That's the difficulty that's that's happening. Is that it's the same way that we saying we 5% and everybody else is 85%. To them, we're separating ourselves from them. You see what I'm saying?
But it's different because we're dealing with money. That's not about money.
No. This is what it's about, though. It's about a particular claim for money. Meaning this. See, when you said this difference between you said Cuban descendants of slaves, you're owed money by Spain.
Yeah. Maybe that wasn't a perfect example, but I'm talking about somebody that's a Cuban immigrant that's in this country, right?
Right.
And maybe now their children are here, second, third generation.
Mm-hmm.
You still fall under that aspect of your people were kidnapped at some point and brought out of Africa.
This is what I'm saying. That at the end of the day, England, right, and by extension, America became the winner of all of that science. Now, right now, kings and queens that first took those people to Cuba, those governments are defunct. Through different wars that happened since the 1500s, those governments no longer exist. The ADOS is saying no. The people that took our stuff are sitting right there in front of our face with it. And so we're saying to them, give us our stuff. See, it's not really, and see, in the midst, like I said, because the white people are gonna say, yeah, but why did we give it to you when you were never a slave, right? In the midst of explaining that argument, there's some derogatory things being said. But it's just as simple as that. Like, listen, this is what I'm saying. When the Cubans wanted to get free, did they go to war against the American government or did they go to war against the Spanish government? When American descendants of slaves wanted to be free, they went against the American government because those are the people that was oppressing them. So right now, they're saying we're going after the American government again. Now, the argument that comes from the American government is now we done mixed y'all all together now, so it don't count. You talking about an isolated incident years ago. No, we not talking about an isolated incident. We're talking about things that continue up to this day, like the people we seeing being shot down and beat down in the street. We said this is going on up until now. That you have a historic pattern that you've established with these people right here. What you gonna do about that? It's
10 o'clock.
It wasn't so difficult when the Japanese got their bread, so it shouldn't be this difficult for us to get our bread.
Right. They gonna give.
You see now, listen, and you know why that is? I'm gonna tell you something about that. When you deal with government, the Japanese is often brought up, the Swedish, different people like this. That's because in those places, 99% of the people is Japanese, and they all got the same history.
I'm talking about the Japanese over here. I'm talking about the Japanese over here. World War II, they were sent to camps, and they got money for that from the United States government.
But no, look, that's because it's still the same thing because all those Japanese was one people. So them having one, look, just like in the civil rights. In the civil rights, because of segregation, we all was one people that had the same issues that need to be dealt with. But see, now that you got all different people on different stratas, some of them is like, well, listen, we don't have brutality around our way, so we're not concerned with that.
I gotta get ready to leave. Let me say this. I gotta get ready to go. I gotta go do something. But listen, I do want to be part of this conversation in the future. I think that they just keep dealing with this subject in certain ways to delay it. I don't think we're gonna live to see it. But eventually they're gonna have to give up some bread. They're gonna have to do it.
In retrospect, they gotta pay whoever is original in this country to the retrospect of the Naturalization Act that they allowed the Caucasians to come in here, free whites, and they kept revising that. You know what I'm saying? Up to the late 1800s when they let the slaves out, and they said that we could be natural citizens at that point.
Well, we never got the 40 acres and a mule.
Stuff like that. We were free. We didn't get that. So
and that's
we deserve everything that we deserve it. Now what I'm saying,
you know how long that is, God? 40 acres is 10 city blocks, God.
Yo, at this point, that's the whole country.
Hey,
that's the whole country. They owe us everything, damn near. It's like they owe us at least half. So the whole thing is, they just gotta pay us in retrospect to how they can't say, oh, well, you weren't a victim of slave or you weren't a slave. It's like saying, well, you wasn't a slave owner, but where did all the money and all the power and the structure come from?
God, was you born in California?
Where did you get this country from?
Was you born in California?
Say what?
Were you born in California?
Yeah, I'm a native. California.
They supposed to gave us California, God, but they discovered gold there. Do the knowledge of that history.
California's evil. They
were supposed to give us California, God.
California, but they discovered gold. You said?
Indeed.
Wow.
That was Abraham Lincoln's. He wrote a letter because they were losing the Civil War. Original people start fighting for the North. They won. And he was like, ship them all to Cali.
The wisdom born degree, man, lived out. Was like, man, they received more gold.
Yeah. Then they were supposed to give us Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama at one point in history.
I just, my thing is when they come and they argue about, even I heard Bernie Sanders, like a lot of people was on that Bernie Sanders tip, and I heard him speak on reparations. And this one, I started saying like, oh, he's the same as everybody else. He said it like, nah. They were like, so should we give black people checks? And he was like, he paused for a second. He said, no, no, we can't just be giving money. And it's like, look, see, whatever the case may be, land, money, however you're going to give it to us, just give us what we deserve. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean? It's like,
here's a thing right here, right? Why Son said, and I think this is where you run into some problems, right? You run into some problems. Why Son said, if you could trace your family line back to a plantation in the South, you are part of that claim. Other groups of original people have other claims, but they owe all of us. I'm going to give a person, right, up to, you had to be here before 1965. Was it 1965 or 1966 when they changed the Immigration Act and they started letting, like, from like 1930 something like that, they closed down immigration for most people until
exactly. There you go.
So if you was here during that time, right, then you experienced what we talking about. You understand what I'm saying? You was a victim of what we talking about. You know what I mean?
Hey, listen.
Yeah, that's the threshold. That's the threshold.
Listen, I gotta go. Text me when you gonna go on the next day, and hopefully I could get in on some of this conversation as well.
I no doubt.
I vote down the Muslim conversation tomorrow. Though. I don't think we should do that.
Listen,
I don't think we should do that. Never again.
You done opened up the can of worms, man.
No. I'm putting the cat back on it. No more Muslim talk. If you want to do that, there's plenty of websites for you to go to.
Y'all got me curious now, man.
Well, I'll text you some stuff to read. We don't need that.
Nah, man.
Just text me what time you gonna get on. Peace to the guys, man.
Peace. Hey, listen, D Christian, man, tell him we going Mean Gene.
Nah, man. Come on, man.
Listen, Black Muhammad versus White Muhammad.
Oh. Peace to the guys, man. I'm done, man.
Now, but get back to what I was saying. Also, the people who was here in that time, you know what I'm saying? You got to give them their credits, man. We talking about Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X, people that got their hands dirty with us. You know what I'm saying? People that paid the price. You know what I'm saying? Jonathan Kidd said, I could trace my grandmother and grandfather parents back to slavery here in the U.S. Well, listen, I'll tell you something. In my family, I would say really up until maybe the late 80s, the vast majority of the family was still living fairly close to the plantation. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I got another point to add, though. After 1865, when they outlawed slavery, right? But the thing is, they had pirates that was still bringing the slaves in. You know what I'm saying? They was having the black market trade down south for, I want to say 20, 30 years after, slavery got abolished. So it's a lot of people out here that will not be able to trace their name on the census. See, I could look at my great 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 grandfather on the census, you know, from when he was in South Carolina. You know what I'm saying? And I could see the name of the Caucasian man who put the name on him and all that. And I could trace that Caucasian man, and I could trace all kind of stuff. But there's people out here that just there is no trace.
Mm-hmm. Well, my
Their
grandmother,
family members was in. Pardon self. Yep.
my grandmother said she had a cousin, and her cousin was there when the Union Army came to free them from the plantation.
Wow.
Yeah, like I'm saying she knew her. I'm saying, you know,
Yeah, that's heavy.
She told me a couple stories about it.
Yeah, and so that wasn't that. You know, that was a minute ago, but that was still within this, 1900, within that 100-year period.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like that was after 1865. If that was her friend type of thing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you talk about like like that movie, Goodbye Uncle Tom. You watch that? That movie is based on events after 1865. You know what I'm saying? And even it's a lot of companies. So like for example, Lysol, that company Lysol, they had a hand in slavery. You know what I mean? It's like all these little companies. Like if you just look at the history of companies, see their family lineage. See you be like, okay, which one of these people owe us reparations? So you can say, okay, even if we determine who is owed, how do we determine who owes? The science is they've made it free trade for all whites in the world to make money in America. See, they talking about reparations in America, but really every country in the world has profited off the United States slavery system, the Atlantic slave trade. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I think reparations, when I hear people talking about it, like on the news or whatever, like the government, they running this raid. You know what I'm saying? It's just like anything else. They're dangling something in our face. They talk about it 1 second and they talking about something else the next, like it's more important.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
You know, in terms of the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? You know, the whole thing is not really one side or the other. Like, I really don't understand, you know, because apparently, you know, there's just this big rift between the people who feel that we can put together an economic solution, you know, to our situation, and the people that feel that we can put together a political solution. You know, I don't really understand the rift. You know what I mean? Like you know, it's something that I'm missing somehow, and why these two sides feel like they need to be antagonistic. You know what I'm saying? You know, and like I said, now it just and then you know, it's also the personalities. You know what I'm saying? Like the personalities of the people that's involved with it. It's like they, you know what I'm saying? You know, they antagonistic. You know what I mean? Like they the type of people that they kind of enjoy that going at. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like the last time I listened to it, I was listening to something on the Cat Garfield channel. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it just seemed like you know, Garfield, you know, I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but I'm saying that clearly, you know, he's involved with debating. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know, one of his big things that he does. You know what I mean? So, you know, you got this constant thing where I think that's kind of becoming bigger. You know what I'm saying? The personalities are becoming bigger than the ideas that they represent. You understand what I'm saying? And the flaws in a personality might be starting to get mistaken for the flaws in their ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, people trying to force leadership. Being a leader, when you a leader, people are gonna take hold of that naturally, not follow you, but just take hold of that, learn from that. You know what I'm saying? Naturally. But if you're not, then what you try to do is you try to create a separation, it's almost like it's always existed. Like even when you say Malcolm Martin, or if you say Frederick Douglass and the freedom fighters that wanted to go back to Africa. Frederick Douglass wanted to stay out here and stake his claim in America for all the hard work that the slaves put in. You know what I'm saying? But the freedom fighters, they wanted to go back to Africa and get their strip of land and start all over. You know what I'm saying? But they both had the right to say what they wanted to, but at the end of the day, I agree with Frederick Douglass. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why wouldn't you want to, take hold of the foundation that you laid? You just got a group of people here that are, they unfair. You're dealing with the devil, and, that's the signs of taking him off. Like, we put our work in, so it's not about making a new government. See, we a nation within a nation. All we gotta really do, the sciences just come together. Where you at? Just like we doing, brothers doing gardening. Like, the next step is farming. You know what I'm saying? Brother got a school. The next step is an institute. But to have a school, you gotta have students. So where we at, we gotta teach. We gotta teach, and keep and push that. Everywhere you at, every state, every city. Like, that's the only reparations we gonna get is the knowledge of self. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the ultimate reparation. And it came from self, from within. These people are not gonna give us nothing. That's how I always felt. Like, we could keep asking. Even the school was given to Allah. He didn't want to just take the school, so he said, I'm gonna pay for it. Then he ended up getting the extremely great price. You understand me? But what I'm saying is, he didn't just accept that from them. Like, he knew, like, these people don't give nothing. You gotta be out here teaching, and they'll have no choice but to give you something. See, it's no choice because you the supreme being. You God. Like, it's no choice that they gonna have to bear witness if you living out what you saying, who you say you are. Like, that's mandatory. That's all throughout world history. Like, the thing is, who's gonna step up to that plate and be that man? Like, all right, I'm not, lip profession. Brothers be on the internet. It's a lot of YouTube. We on YouTube.
Jonathan Kidd,
ministry, stuff like that. Like,
you breaking up.
You know what I'm saying, Malcolm?
You breaking up. You going in and out.
But we asking the same people. These people are gonna tell you that you not the same people as your descendants, or you not a slave. But then they gonna say that they not them, that they not from the slave master now. Like, that's they call. Like, we're not them, and they're not you. Finders keepers, losers weepers type of thing. You feel what I'm saying? See, that's a game they want to play, but the sciences, we know that they're with that game. So why even negotiate? Get out here, teach, like, certain notions don't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, if you say you about to buy land as a black man in America, that's not happening. Like, you can't own land.
You breaking up. You breaking in and out. Hold on. Come back in a minute. Yeah, unmuted. But Jonathan Kidd as why not put together both economics and political. Yeah, you was breaking up for a second.
My thing acting up.
Yeah. Jonathan Kidd said, why not put together both economics and political?
Peace.
For me personally, I don't see why not. Like, I mean, just in terms of, apparently you're doing this in order to, you want to manifest something through the system, regardless of whether if you're doing it with money or you're doing it with politics, you're still doing it through the system. You understand what I'm saying? They have Supreme Court cases that's dealing with the money in politics. You know what I'm saying? Like, what was that case they had? I think it was Citizens United. And it was about how intertwined money and politics is. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't see why, you know what I'm saying? It seemed as something different. I mean, because even if you say, okay, you pursuing economic, what's the name? Well, guess what? The government makes the money. I'm talking about in terms of printing it. Somewhere down the line, if the money that you're making still got George Washington on it, you need some cooperation from them. And both sides, one of the things that they level at each other is, well, look, you don't have enough votes to make a political difference. You know what I'm saying? And the other side is saying, well, you don't have enough money to compete economically and make a difference. So Xavier said, I think they would if we separated from them. What do you mean by that? That they would be more ready to give us reparations if we separated from them? Brilliant Elevation say, yeah, that's why we doing the Go Fund Us thing. You understand what I'm saying? We up to $856. So that's growing pretty fast. Serious Mathematics said never make a deal with the devil. Young Dub said, I thought economics and politics go hand in hand. K Black C Supreme said money is politics. I mean, that's how I was looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Is that I don't know. Why it's being looked at as separate. You know what I'm saying? I don't see how one can exist without the other. You know what I mean? In terms of, when wealth is created, how it's distributed, all of these things is still, is governing. You know what I'm saying? And by the same token, you can govern, you know what I'm saying? But different, the American Revolution happened over money that already existed. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at other revolutions, they started because the leaders couldn't provide for the people. You know what I'm saying? Like in the French Revolution, the people were starving. That's why they was ready to revolt against the system that was supposed to be distributing the wealth, but they was keeping too much at the top. The Russian Revolution was because the people was under too much pressure. So, I mean, all the examples that I could think of, they go hand in hand. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say I think sometimes it gets down to more of a personality thing where you arguing with that person. You're not really arguing with the idea. You know what I'm saying? Xavier said, yes, if we identified ourselves as a separate, independent nation. I mean, that's still the political, realm of it. You know what I'm saying? Like once you go that route, you still gotta be able to do trade. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, look, this is the real crux of the matter. Is uh the entire, even if you just look at modern times, right? They say that all the money that exists, right, in the American economy is all borrowed into existence. And if all those loans got paid off, then there wouldn't be any money. And we just talking about modern since the time of the Federal Reserve in 1913. That there would be no money left if they paid back all the loans just since 1913 they took it. So imagine if they had to pay back the whole debts since 1619. They got to pay the Indians back. They got to pay us back. All the people that they took the resources from, all of that, they're going to be in the hole. Because see, if you give everybody their stuff back, right, then you don't have all these resource-rich places around the world that you've colonized to take their wealth to pay your debts with. So that's at the end of the day, to me, the real meaning. Like, see, I'm of a different mindset than a lot of brothers. See, a lot of people feel like, the white man is rich, he got it. No, God, he doesn't have more gold. There was never more gold. Not 379 years ago, not 279 years ago, not 179 years ago, not 79 years ago when it was the Great Depression, and not now. So it's still got to be understood that this is the mental barrier, what I'm saying, I'm not saying it can't be, but that's the mental barrier that you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one thing I think is that the ADOS movement maybe they should consider that maybe they might be a little too arrogant, you know what I'm saying, in thinking that them alone, you know what I'm saying, like if you deal with all of us, like what is it, 40 million black people in North America, and out of that 40 million, I don't think they mean all of them is ADOS. Right? And then you saying that in a world of 6 billion, you're gonna make certain demands. You're probably gonna have to have some of the 6 billion kind of on your side, maybe. K Black C said we ain't never getting reparations. We can forget about that. I mean, it's a challenge. God Savvy Devon said we were separated from them in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and then what happened? But see, in that's political and economic. Like I said, ultimately, you got certain individuals that you might could do that with, but for the most part, I wouldn't make it a habit, of trying to disarm people and hurt them with their own weapon. Money and politics is what they use to do the mastering. So, I'm not so sure that these are ultimate solutions. But they can go some distance. I'm talking about politics or economics for that matter.
I mean, they could give us reparations and raise the value of everything. Just raise the price of everything in the world.
Right, yeah. And see, and this is the thing that's why I keep asking so many questions of it, not to try to dismantle it, but to say that these are the things that we got to look at. Is that, and look, and this got something to do with the whole argument between ADOS and immigrants. You know what I'm saying? Is that a lot of immigrants may not see it. They might not look at it like that. Maybe they don't know the history of it. But the immigration was opened up as a tactic, right?
Right.
By the government to undermine some of the progress of the people that they knew was the most angry with them. See, that's one thing you gotta remember too, just in terms of a lot of people, they come over here as immigrants. Some of them name their children America when they get here.
Man.
Because that's how much. So yeah, I want the brother to come over here that's not particularly tight with me, and or I don't mind him prospering. You understand what I'm saying? Or I could fill my little quota of saying I've allowed my enemy to prosper, but he's not really the guy that's upset with me. He's a guy that's so appreciative of being over here, he's gonna follow all mine. You understand what I'm saying?
And it's another factor to that tactic too.
Here's where the problem. Hold on, we're gonna get into that right now. I'm just gonna say one more thing. Here's where the problem I think comes in at though. When it's kind of portrayed like that West Indian person or the African person or whatever is sitting there working hand in hand with the devil to do that. You know what I'm saying? Whoever the immigrant person is, they don't even realize that. They don't know anything about the history, what occurred before they got here, unless they come here and start studying it and depend upon who they come into it when they get here. But they don't realize that. They're looking at it as, okay, the brothers over there, you know what I'm saying? They fought so we can do the thing. Let's do the thing now. Let's take advantage. Let's you understand what I'm saying? They don't think they working hand in hand with the white man. They think they working hand in hand with us. But that's the way the game is played. See what I'm saying? That's why it's death to anyone that revealed the secret in the wisdom build degree, because we don't want the left hand to know what the right hand is doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, what you were saying about that strategy and that tactic and what else it brings about.
Well, it made us minorities. Before they invited all those people from the European countries to come in here, they were the minority. There was a point in time when they came here, they were outnumbered. So they said, we got to outnumber them. So they invited a lot of people here. So that, they had reasons for doing that. And then the more people that's coming, people keep coming. They part of that phase too. Like you said, they don't realize it because they're not educated on that science. A lot of them come here when they grown and they come here to get money. They have opportunity.
Right. They not looking at it like that. You know what I'm saying? Especially when, you gotta remember, a lot of them come here and they first got to struggle too. So they like, yo, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to work 3 jobs to get all this shit. They not looking at the other advantage parts. You see what I'm saying? And see, I'm gonna tell you another thing that's looked at too. Sometimes things could be looked at in a vacuum, but let me tell you something. You could go to any country in the world, and there's people in that society that have been beat down so much by that society that they refuse to participate. If you study Europe, it's a whole bunch of people like that. In England, there's a whole culture of people who they just get their benefit checks. They're not working. They're not participating. When they're not going to do nothing but drink their beer and live in their house. Because over there, they the people who had to work in all them factories and coal mines, and they've been worn down. In every single society, man. K. Black D. Supreme said the Almanac says from January 1st to December 31st, every year Black people put over $1 trillion into the American economy. We can make our own reparations. Now look, that's one of the statements that have been disputed. That's one of the statements that has been disputed. Like, I'm not exactly sure how they calculate that. And I'm not exactly sure what the calculation is to understand why they say it's not true. Say for the 40 million people, though, here's the question. Because, you got your people that's getting Jordans and all that. Some of them. But, not everybody's getting Jordans. Like, out of that $1 trillion, how much do the Black people need to survive? Like, how does that really work out?
Jordan's gonna start costing $500, $1,000. Cell phones gonna start costing $10,000. That's what you're gonna see, because they got billions already. They don't mind spending their money to keep that power and control. They know how to gentrify, and they will give you what you asking for, and then gentrify the entire government. The entire country will get gentrified. You know what I'm saying? Raise the price on rent to $10,000 a month in the ghetto. Oh, y'all got reparations. Okay. The price of rent went up.
Right.
But they give you a warning too. They're gonna warn you at the end of this year, because they want to make it legal. So at the end of this year, or they might even give you 5 years, and they write it into law, make it legislation. In 5 years, since y'all got reparations, y'all have to pull yourself up by y'all bootstrap. If y'all can't do it within 5 years, then y'all owe us money for taking care of y'all. I can see all kind of things they gonna say. Like, yo, when you get that money, if you get that money, they gonna make life even harder because you signing another deal with the devil.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even want reparations. It's not even about they not gonna give me. I don't even want them. I'm good. I don't want them. You know what I'm saying? Because they start giving them. I'm gonna take it, right? Because they just give it to you. Ain't nothing you can say if they give it to you. Just like these stimulus checks. They put them in your bank account, or they send it to your address if you qualify. So it's nothing you gotta ask for. Like, if this thing passes, they're gonna send you a check. Now it's up to you if you make this change your life or not. I'm not finna, we about to go get some land and stuff like that. That's stuff I've been dreaming about. But other than that, like I said, man, they raised the price of rice and beans on you.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan Kidd was saying that, if they're forced to pay, you know, which they got a number on it. What's the number they said, like 17 trillion or something like that?
Plus 400,000 per family or per person.
And so how much is the whole package altogether?
I'm not sure. I just know they say 17 trillion plus 400,000 per person.
Now, the whole GDP of the country is 20 trillion. So that's a year.
They just increased it though with the stimulus. The stimulus increased the GDP.
It could have, but you got to remember they got all the private stuff is not making money, so it's kind of balanced out. You know what I'm saying? But either way, you're still talking about a year's. You're talking about a year's worth of money. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, here. Oh, we let a couple of things go here. Brilliant Elevation said after the American what, there was reparations.
I think he meant revolution.
After the American Revolution, there was reparations to the British government. We talking about what reparations?
No, I don't think Britain paid. I don't think they paid reparations. That's why they did the whole Boston Tea Party thing.
No. America paid reparations after
Oh, they paid the British government.
Yeah, that's how you know. See, sometimes you gotta look at the aftermath of the war, man, to see what really happened.
Yeah, that's how you know who won. Yeah.
They said, listen, did anyone get convicted of war crimes for the Civil War?
Yeah, one person I know of got convicted, but
who, Jefferson
or not
Davis?
Convicted? Maybe. I'm not sure if he got convicted. I know he got tried though for war crimes.
Jefferson Davis.
It was a devil.
Jefferson Davis.
No. The one I was talking about was Albert Pike.
Pike, wasn't he like the vice president or something?
He's the founder of they say like the founder, like one of the founders of the United States Ku Klux Klan. Confederate Army general that was arrested for war crimes. You know what I'm saying? But he got pardoned. He got pardoned for his war crimes though.
Yeah. Son, that's it. Say all of that's treason.
Yeah.
All the stuff that they did, you know, that's conspiracy against the government, all that.
Y'all look up what he did. He did some vicious stuff.
Because they was the same people, they swept that under the rug.
Right.
Justice just came in.
Let me tell you another thing you got to be careful with. Another thing you got to be careful with, right? When you're dealing with America is precedents. When you're dealing with Supreme Court precedents, you have to be careful about what you agree to in Supreme Court. Because that never changes. It's like, what's his name? The brother's name was, I want to say, Anthony. I'm gonna get his name. That's not his name. However, there's an original man who was a slave out here and became a free man, right? Like this was indentured servitude times, right? So-called indentured servitude. He was a free man, and then he bought a slave out of slavery, but the slave was working for this black man, right? So now this black man had this slave or whatever, this Negro had this slave, and the slave was free, so he let the slave go now, right? After I guess like 20 years or whatever,
or whatever the term was back then. Now, the slave left and ended up getting caught, like on that movie 12 Years a Slave. Like that man, he was just walking and then he got kidnapped. So this man's slave got kidnapped, and when this Negro man found out that his old slave got kidnapped and put back into slavery, he took the devil man to court that kidnapped him. Right? He took him to court, and it went to the Supreme Court, and the decision was that if you have a slave, he's yours for life, and that this black man owned that black man for life. So now the precedence was that any slave owner who owned the slave was that slave owner's master for life. I'm gonna get the name of that black man for you. Right now, I'm about to do this.
You talking about John Punch?
It's not John Punch. That's what I do know. It's not John Punch. It's something Jonathan. Let me not say it's not John Punch, because that might be.
He was the first person that was sentenced to slavery. Like, even those people that came here in 1619, they was indentured servants. And so they eventually worked off their debt and was free. John Bunch came here as an indentured servant, and then he tried to escape with two white guys. And the white guys got sentenced to 1 extra year, and he got sentenced to a lifetime of slavery. In between that, and there was another ruling that there was a lady who was half white, and she had sued her masters that she should be free because her father was white, and so they changed the law to, if your mother was a slave, you were a slave. And those two laws went a long way in terms of establishing chattel slavery.
And that's precedence right there, what you're saying, right?
Right. Those is like the 1650s. Like the 1650s is when these laws happened.
Okay, this Negro I'm talking about is Anthony Johnson. Okay, Anthony Johnson was a black Angolan known for achieving freedom and wealth in the early 17th century colony of Virginia. He was one of the first African-American property owners and had his right to legally own a slave recognized by the Virginia courts. He, as an indentured servant in 1621, he earned his freedom after several years and was granted land by the colony. Now, when you look into the history of this man and that slave he owned, he let the slave go. When the slave did his time with this man, because back then they said, it was a sentence. It was like 20 years. You had to be a slave for 20 years and then you could go. So, like I said, he let him go. The slave got kidnapped and he took the man to court, and they went through precedents now that, when it's called Anthony Johnson versus somebody else. I'm about to get the name of the case and everything right now. I think it's relative to the brother you was talking about. What's the brother's name you said, G?
John Bunch.
Okay. There's another brother named John Kasser.
I think that's him.
John Kasser was the man that Anthony Johnson owned. So Anthony Johnson was an original man that owned John Kasser, and when John Kasser did his 20 years for Anthony Johnson, he let him go. And when he let him go, John Kasser got kidnapped by another Caucasian. And when Anthony Johnson found out, he took the devil man to court, and he won. And John Kasser got to go with Anthony Johnson, but he had to be his slave for life at that point. Because Anthony Johnson was like, if he gonna be anybody's slave, I think this is like one of the quotes he said in court. Like, if he's gonna be anybody's slave, he gonna be my slave. And when he said that,
this is a different guy. But I see what you're saying. Yeah, he set a precedence with that.
Yeah, yeah, he said that, and because the judge agreed. The judge was like, "Yo, you right. If it's your slave, he should be your slave for life, and no man has the right to tamper with your property." You feel what I'm saying? Constitutional law, da 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 da, just like that.
Mm-hmm.
So now that word spread that was precedence, and all the Caucasians started using that against the original man. Like, okay, now instead of 20 years, got you for life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. K Black C Supreme said they never even ended slavery. We only transitioned from chattel slavery to mental and psychological slavery. I mean, you got a lot of names, in my opinion. You got a lot of euphemisms for slavery. At the end of the day, all that stuff is slavery. Sharecropping, peasantry, serfdom, you know, all of that stuff is slavery. Like, unless you got your own stuff over there where you working and you make it, like if you go to McDonald's and you make X amount of burgers and you decide, I'm gonna sell this many right here, I'm gonna keep this many, take home or something like that, that's different. You know what I'm saying? But controlling the economy, you know what I'm saying? Just like you was just saying in terms of, you making a little bit of change, but it's still below the cost of living, then you're still in the same situation. You know what I'm saying? You know, all of these different things, at the end of the day, the rich is still getting richer and the poor is still getting poor, man. You know what I'm saying? So they put different spins on it, but I don't really see the difference a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? Slavery is an economic system. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it got to deal with social status and all that, but the real point of slavery is economics. Like, you can have a lower status than me without having to work for me. Slavery is where a person is working, right? And all they getting is the ability to survive off of that. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's different conditions of the slavery. Meaning that, listen, we could, even in America, right? You can have one slave where the farmer is, he's a church guy, teetotaler, he don't drink, you know what I'm saying? So he's always on point with all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? You got the other farmer, he's a drunkard, he didn't go get the right seeds, he didn't get the fertilizer, the crops don't come out right, he don't make no money down at the market. Now he's upset. He's whipping the slaves all the time because he's upset. And guess what? There's less chitlins. There's less chitlins for him to give out to the slaves on his farm because he's not a successful farmer. See, that's the condition of the plantation that the slave is existing in. But both cases is still slavery. You understand what I'm saying? So the condition, maybe of you being whipped, right, may have changed from, say, slavery to sharecropping. But here's the thing, though. Once we shift from slavery to sharecropping, now I'm much more free to lynch you because you don't belong to nobody. You understand what I'm saying? See, just like you said, somebody kidnapped somebody and then somebody came and said, no, that's my nigga right there. You got to give him back. Or you got to compensate me for my belongings, my private property.
My property, right.
You know what I'm saying? So, but once you go to sharecropping, yeah, hang them up. It don't make a difference. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I said, that, when you're judging it, you know what I'm saying? It's almost, look, and this is one of the arguments that, with the ADOS and everything is, look, and it works both ways. You know what I'm saying? Where, on that one, the immigrants is kind of playing both sides. Is that, well, maybe it's not the same people, but let's just say certain times where it's like, okay, you know, you have some immigrants, well, in particular Africans, that will say, well, you know, your people went through slavery. That's why you don't have no culture. Yeah, but dude, colonialism is not better than slavery. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's not, man. You know,
that's the slave and the tool. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like you were the slave and the tool. The tool was, when the slavery ended, you became a tool, an official tool, a mental slave. You know what I'm saying? Now you don't gotta necessarily clock in here, but you gotta clock in there. You know what I'm saying?
So, you know, on the other side of that, that's what the immigrants also say. You know what I'm saying? The advocates is saying the ADOS is that, listen, you know, we went through colonialism, so why you acting like y'all the only ones that went through struggle? But this is what I'm saying. These are things, to me, it's like, okay, you got to work that out in order to be successful. You know what I mean? You can't really have, you know, your own camp against you, you know what I'm saying, and expect to win at a numbers game. You know what I'm saying? You know, politics, economics, those are numbers games. You know what I'm saying? Big bank, take little bank.
Right.
The Christian said, what's the size of these reparation checks? We get a check with no plan in place, it will go back to the same system. I mean, pretty much, yeah. You know what I'm saying? You know, if and also, like you said, just in terms of, which is, remember, I don't know if you was on the live when the brother was speaking to us about it, and I was like, that's why I suggested that, you know, if the checks was, say, 400,000, 100,000 of this, you know, should go into some pot where it still ends up serving, you know, some kind of universal purpose. You see what I'm saying? You know, because at this point, and it's not a black thing, you know what I'm saying? At this point, if you American, you a consumer. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's close to 70% of all the money that's created in the American economy is from people buying stuff. That's why, you know, China, all these places, they manufacture stuff to send to America. It's a consumer economy. So, you know, like D Christian is saying, eventually, you know, a lot of that money will end up trickling up.
I'm saying money in the form of what though? See, money in the form of paper. That's what I'm saying. It's different forms of money.
Yeah, that's why.
It's like, I don't want no check with no writing on it. Talking about this is for slavery. You gotta be kidding me. So I gotta buy something from you now? So you're gonna give me money to buy something back from you? You see, I don't want money. I want some land. You know, if you're gonna give me something, you're not even giving me nothing. I'm the owner of the earth. Just move aside, type of thing. Just you get about this little area you in right here, and that's that. That's the simplest thing you could do. Like, yo, just get out this area. Just I'm not saying give me a continent. That's like you acknowledging that you a slave. You acknowledging white supremacy, racism, and the fact you are still up in the system of it by saying that, yeah, we're going to work a deal with the government and ask for reparations. Just think about it. It's like I'm trying to think of the word. It's an oxymoron. It's like,
pressure got to be put on them some way. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to tell you another thing. And I don't know if this is their plan. You know what I'm saying? I don't, you know, I'm not speaking this to undermine it. But look, that's also a political thing. Like, remember, politics is a lot of negotiation involved. See, that's one of the reasons how Trump made his way in there, is he know about negotiating. You understand what I'm saying?
He makes the deals. He makes good deals.
So just saying that it is possible, right? That if enough pressure was put on them, that they might say, well, look, you know, we can't do 400,000. We do 150. You know what I'm saying?
Look, yeah. Nah. Listen. Nah, man, that ain't it. That won't solve the problem. That won't solve. See, I wouldn't be, like I said, give me the money and I'm gonna rock with it. Like, but it's only so long that you determine what you do with the money that your face is on. It's like my face ain't on that money. It's like,
because
every time
what I'm saying is $400,000 ain't that much money. Even if you frugal, like, look, I recall there was a time, right, when I was a kid, where they used to say that the average person don't make $1 million in their lifetime. But see, at that time, people wasn't making $20,000 a year. You know, I'm talking about just your average factory worker or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know, now we live in a different time where people going to see a couple $1 million.
It's 11 o'clock.
That don't even got money like that. Like, if you're making $50,000, well, at least in New York City, if you're making $50,000 a year, you're not getting money like that. You know what I mean? In comparison to how the bills is. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, I mean, you could buy a house and your $400,000 is gone. You know what I'm saying?
Period. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Yeah, that's not that much money. So, you know what, I'm not sure who was it D. Christian or Carl Lonely that said, you know, even if you get that, you still gotta map that out. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you said, look, if you're gonna deal with education, I mean, look, what could you send? You could send 2 kids to college with 400,000. After that, you're gonna have to go to the back to the loans.
No, we'd have to have our own vote. If we got that money, they'd have to allow us to have our own real election, like, or we'd have to be a business type of structure. We'd have to have an election, and people have to put their investment into an individual that's going to delegate with other countries to make things possible for us. Like, it can't be to where everybody just running rampant with a bunch of money. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, it's like 400,000 for one person is cool, but I could, if you could take 40,000 of that, right, and stretch that for a year, keep working, and invest that other money.
Here's another thing, you know what I'm saying? Because one of the people that come from the economic angle, right, is the brother Reggie that be on the Sinetta channel too. And you know, he got this plan where, you know, we take cities that's black and we control the economics there. You know, I don't understand this plan 100%, but it's basically that we control the economics as the power structure of the city. You know what I'm saying? Now, dealing with having a plan and all of this type of thing, right? You know, did you ever hear about the science of St. Louis and you know, how the gentrification and the politics and everything formed a situation where in Ferguson all of the political structure was white, but the people there was black?
No, I haven't. Well, what I heard about Ferguson, when the report I heard about Ferguson back in the day when that brother had got assassinated, I had heard that the officer that assassinated that brother was part of like a long history of officers in that area. You know what I'm saying? That
committed violent acts against black people. Like they said the little boy, or they say Mike Brown got on his knees, like, and the cop got on one knee and shot him you know what I'm saying? So it's like he aimed at him, did all kind of little crazy stuff. It's on camera. Like like he was gunning him down. So it's like that area. And then I did like a little research. I didn't hear too much about it, but what I did hear is that the people in that project, because they was in like little projects right there. Like that's like a little down south ward right there they was in. And in that little ward they was in, the people in there been living there. Everybody been living there 20 plus years. That's what I do know about that area Michael Brown was from. His family and all the families that surround there, they like, I want to say like ancient, like, but they not ancient. They just from slavery. Like they never left. That's where they been. You know what I mean? So like they family has always been in this little area, and they have a history of dealing with the police and the Klan and all that other stuff.
But when you deal with the politics of over there, right? They were saying that pretty much once the migrations, right, the black migrations from the South, you know, once it got to the point where there was more original people coming into St. Louis, right? That a lot of Caucasian people, they moved and they started incorporating all of these towns around St. Louis so that they could control the politics in their area. You understand what I'm saying? And that over time, once you start getting gentrification, right, and they start wanting the inner cities back so that they could build, you know, their digital infrastructures and whatever, that's when they started, you know, a lot of the white people start moving back into St. Louis, and all of a sudden they start shifting the original people out to these suburbs that was established or ready to be, you know, political strongholds for white people. You understand what I'm saying? So bringing that into what we're saying is that now, see, if you had a situation like that where, you know, okay, everybody got their reparations, and this is why I say I don't understand why they don't, you know, why the antagonism. You know what I'm saying? That if everybody got their reparations and then applied that type of idea to Dr. Reggie's plan, right? Which is, okay, now let's all move to this section right here. You know what I'm saying? And then move to this section right here. We the population of the people. We the people to be employed. We the people to do the voting. We the people to do the employing, whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? But you know, yeah, 400,000. You know, I guess, and then and see, and that's the key right there. Is you know, getting like what the brother saying in terms of the plan, is that you got even families that don't get along good enough to put their money together.
Man, you know how many brothers are gonna be killing each other over that money?
Yeah.
Like, let's just keep it real. Like, brothers is gonna hear about other brothers getting it, and they got the same amount, and still want to have 800.
Yeah.
You know, I want 1,200. I want 12. I want 1.2.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Gotta have his too.
Instead of them just putting their 1.2 together, you know what I mean, and flipping it.
You know what's gonna happen, because it's the same thing with, look, they let you out of slavery, but we couldn't read and couldn't write. It's the same thing. It's like, it's certain things, you know, as a people, like as a group of people, that's why I said we'd have to vote on. And we'd have to, if they tried to make decisions like this without us, then we'd really have to, if we don't come together in numbers, then we can't do this. But if we come together in numbers, then we could go down to the what's it called? The Capitol. You know, we could go to places like this. Like, yo, Malcolm did it. When people got arrested, like, yo, he was like, yo, that one brother that got arrested and they marched to the precinct and he wasn't there, they marched to the hospital.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, they came out there deep. Like, yo, that's an example. And it don't gotta be a religious thing. It's just like, yo, we gotta stand up for each other. Something happens, we gotta show our faces. But it's like, you know, are we coming to fight? It's like, it's a lot of factors to me. You know, it's a lot of factors.
SW was just hitting that, or he hit it on the head a little while ago. You know, he said, I relate all this to the bill, to the 8th degree and the 1 to 14. As soon as we get everyone on the same page, we working towards getting the money collectively. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That, you know, it still has to be some type of unity built. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, you don't want to get into a situation with what they call a Pyrrhic victory. Anybody that read that book, 48 Laws of Power, they spoke about the Pyrrhic victory, where, you know, you win the battle, you know what I'm saying, but you destroy everything in the war. You know what I'm saying?
See, to me, I think a better thing would be to abolish, like, get rid of guns worldwide. You know how they be like, oh, you got nuclear bombs. You know, we America, we coming to take your bombs. Like, yo, everybody should throw all their bombs away. All your guns, bullets, everybody, not just them, us too, everybody. Get rid of your project, get rid of that. You know what I'm saying? Certain things need to be eliminated. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if we're gonna live with these people, because otherwise it won't be no peace amongst us. It's like, we get this money, but the police still running around with guns.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, I don't want y'all to have guns. How about that? And then they're gonna say, well, we don't want you to have guns. And I say, okay, well, I respect that. I respect that. But you first though.
Yeah, they ain't going for that.
Yo, I know. That's why I use that one, because it's like certain things, it just, if you get the money, what's the treatment gonna be like? The treatment has to change. Not the money, not the income, the treatment of our people. If you start treating us better, we wouldn't need any money. If you dealt with real equality, we wouldn't need to ask you for nothing. We wouldn't need to. Man, come on, man.
SW said we only minorities because they made us think we are all different. And by doing that, they're keeping us from our social equality. So instead of strength in numbers, we get the opposite. Jonathan Kidd said also about reclassifying immigrants as white, even though they may not be. Yeah, that you're talking about the how, like, the Irish and the Italians and them type of people became white.
You gotta do the knowledge to the word Saudi. When you talk about Saudi Arabia, when we was talking about earlier, like, you'll do the knowledge to that. How that title. You know what I'm saying? Like, that title, that Saudi means house. But whose house? Who's living there now? Who's controlling that? You know, we dealing with the worldwide. It's worldwide. If you ask me, it's, you know, it's worldwide, man. That's the thing. It's worldwide.
79 say he won a balloon agreement on the back end of his reparations. Man, Sabi said we can sell one crop to the world. Yeah, I mean, if we get really good at it, you know what I'm saying? If we get something that, you know, we manifest at that level where, like, yeah, you got to go to those people, you know, like Chinese silk or something.
Let me ask you a question, right? If the shoe was on the other foot, right, and it was us in control right now, right, and it was just us, like, let's just eliminate them. If it was just us, would it be different? Like, not as far as like how we treat each other, but as far as your money situation. Would you still have to pay rent if the original man was running the government? Would you still have to pay for your electricity some way, shape, or form? Would you still have to pay for your hot water? The answer is yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
you mean after this 800 years of being around?
Yeah. After this capitalism junk, after all this stuff,
it'd probably be worse.
Man, you feel what I'm saying? So it's like, imagine it's like if they cut all this stuff off, we got to cut it back on. And it's like, you could get all the money you want, but when that light get cut back on, somebody is going to want they do. And this is what you need to prevent. You need to learn how to make that light. You don't want to pay for light, make your own light. You don't want to pay for water, make your own water. Because as long as you turning that knob in your shower and that shit coming out from that pipe that's going down to that city, it don't matter if a black man, white man, brown man, I don't care who running that knob. Whoever's turning that knob at the city, they gonna ask for their cut. They gonna ask for taxes because that's how society is run. Like, yo, you want us to run this water all through this city, but I gotta pay somebody to do it. No matter if it's with a paper dollar, with a golden coin, or with rice and beans. I gotta pay this person. He can't just spend all his time here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's like with all reparations, man, shit. Think about it. Just think about that concept and then think about who we are. You know what I'm saying? Who's we as a nation? Like, we the maker and owner. I think we already got everything. It's like you said, like Dr. Reggie said, or Brother Reggie, we need to concentrate ourselves in areas. Yo, you got now why? Brothers need to concentrate themselves in now why in a certain area. And
Fly Phrase said black folks got bad loot, but we give away all of our spending power as a whole and put it back into these corporations. Jonathan Kidd said find a way to get that money back and keep foot to neck. The stimulus checks are just loans. Fly Phrase said if we all pooled our money together as a whole, we could do some real things and make some moves. I mean, one thing I'm just saying, and this is just even general, just dealing with the American economy. How much of that is concentrated into the hands of a few individuals, though?
Well, pretty much all of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like yeah, it's like put like this: if you go into the projects, right, wipe all those people out. They don't got money. Not to be making up no $1 trillion. You know what I'm saying? There's X amount of people who, and another thing, you got to wipe out criminal behavior too. Yeah, you can't count the hustlers. You know what I'm saying? And the gangsters, you understand what I'm saying? Because if we gonna build a society, you know what I'm saying? Right now they in their mind they take it from the greater society. Even though in reality, for the most part, they take it from their own communities. You understand what I'm saying? That's not really good economics. Brilliant Elevation said, I'm tempted to buy some land out here. They have acres going for like 20 grand. I mean, listen, if it's useful land that you could do something with it, maybe not necessarily even to say farming or whatever it is. If you could do it, while sense of reparations is not just about money, it's about establishing us as a nation of our own. Reparations means to restore that which was taken away, and that was our ability to be a nation of our own.
Who said that?
Why sent? I mean, that's something that's, I agree with you in terms of they took that away from us, and that's what reparations mean. But I'm saying that it's still what we have to be aware of, right? Is that it doesn't turn into a post-colonial kind of nation of our own. You understand what I'm saying? Where, you got a lot of, I'm pretty sure right now the entire continent of Africa, right, is supposed to be free. but we see that, this post-colonial world doesn't really work for them. You know what I'm saying? So, not saying that, in terms of success, but I'm just saying that these is all the things that, unless we projected that they're just going to become righteous.
Shit.
Unless we're projecting that they're going to become righteous, we got to realize that, the whole time they're considering giving us money, they're wondering how can they negate it.
I think Wise-son was correct in what he said. But the whole thing is, see, you can say, okay, reparations means, to restore, to repair, right? Right. Now, what makes you think that they're going to repair you or restore you? That's what I'm saying. They destroyed you. They took it all apart. They not about to do the Humpty Dumpty. This is what I'm saying, right? So I agree with what you're saying, but the science is, this is what we are supposed to do. See, this is what we do. We are, the Al-Jabbar, right? The tribe Al-Jabbar. Al-Jabbar means the restorer. See, this is where we from. We not Shabazz. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, we not waiting on people to come restore us. Knowledge degree. You know what I'm saying? I'm not waiting on something to come and restore me. I'm gonna restore myself. And I'm gonna restore my family. And I'm gonna restore my children. That's, make sure you taking care of your nation and your family. Mm-hmm. And that's the restoration. You know what I'm saying? Like the money, if we restore ourselves mentally, then we can make our own currency system. We can have our own currency. We don't need nobody to tell us what's the value of what. We can tell them what the value of stuff is if we actually produced it. We produce something and tell them, hey, this costs $100. We got our own currency system. $100 is only worth $1 to us. Your money's reduced in our country. Type of thing. You know what I mean? Like our money's worth more because we produce natural things. We produce things. This is the same science with everybody else, China and Mexico, everybody that America outsources from. We could do that right here. Small things at a time, Like shit. Real small too. Real small. Like super small because it's like you can make a t-shirt, right? We make t-shirts. You do the shirts, God, right? But the fabric, you got cutting and sewing, and then you got the fabric design, like the fabric, the actual taking that cotton and putting it in a cotton gin and making yarn out of it and turning that into a t-shirt fabric and then cutting it up and sewing it. See, it's a process. Learn that. We need to learn that. But how do we get fabric? We got to have farmland. We got to grow this stuff. We make hemp. We start twisting it up. We make clothes out of that. And then we could take it and say, okay, well, this is our price for it. And they say, well, why is it worth so much? You say, because all my people is wearing it. You just give it to the original people for free. Because you're trying to get the original people to do what? Stop spending all their money. So not too much for free, but just get your money back type of thing, whatever it's worth. But when it comes to other people, that's when you hitting them. Like, yo, since y'all didn't pay us what y'all owed us, if y'all want to get clothes from us, it costs this much. Yeah, we play basketball still, but if y'all want to come to games, we started our own league. So if you want to come to games, we raised the tickets up. The ticket price went up. Mm-hmm. And then you give the ADOS people the benefit package. We have an ADOS benefit package. Anybody that's a descendant of slavery, you get this discount. You get that super duper
things. But the like I said, is both sides. I don't see why they don't use each other to sharpen, their arguments. You know what I'm saying? Because the flip side of that is, why would they, unless, like I said, you got something like Chinese silk, where, it's one of a kind, you know what I'm saying, that you got to get it from there. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, why would they be patrons of that kind of business? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or who knows? K Black C
Well,
said,
it goes back. It
show
goes back to what you said in the last build, though, or not the last one, but the prior build when we was talking about building up that person, investing in that person that we want to see. You know what I'm saying? And then that person comes together and they make something new. Just like when that black woman made GPS. See,
that.
if she made that, if we had a nation like if we was established all the way firmly somewhere and she lived around us, like if we had that neighborhood, that community, and she was part of it and she made GPS in our community, now it's like, okay, we got to safeguard this idea. You feel me? We got to make sure we register it in our own patent. We got our own court system, our own patent. We got the same laws. See, we could use the same laws as America because when they break the law, now we can arrest you. You see, we could do this in this nation. Like, yo, you broke the law. We taking you to jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, if this how y'all want to play it, what else can we do with y'all? Are we gonna tell you all to go to Europe? We gonna go to war? That's why I can't even talk like that. You gotta be careful, baby. That's what I'm saying. What? This is a heavy thing. This is a heavy thing. So it's like if you want one thing, you can't have reparations without having everything else. Like what? Like knowledge of yourself. Like, yo, you can't have reparations truly without that. Without the real grits and cornbread type of thing. Like yo, baby food.
K Black C Supreme said the almanac shows you how long each race keeps their dollar circulating in their communities. Each race keeps their dollar circulating in their communities from weeks to months. Now, again, like I said, I don't know which one because I haven't researched it myself. But on the other side of the argument, they say that there is no data. Like, where's the data that they used to come up with those figures? It is true. You could just look at some communities and see,
Right.
like if you look at the Jewish community, right? First of all, they live in a very insular fashion. You know what I'm saying? Where they got communities that, you got one rabbi and you got like a flock of people. These people together, they intermarrying and all things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? The other thing is they got their kosher laws. There's a lot of things that they can't buy from outside because it's against their religion. There's a lot of items that other stores is not going to carry that they want because, the Jews is only a small segment of the whole population. But if you were in that population, you could survive just off of that. So these types of things exist. We could look at the fact that, it's just simply not a lot of black-owned businesses. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless you're gonna go to certain kind of restaurants, like you go to a West Indian restaurant or something of that nature. For the most part, you're not gonna be able to circulate your money. You know what I'm saying, in a lot of ways. But just in terms of that's the type of thing. All these things got to be looked at because. In order for it to be successful, remember, they're going to throw every single pebble, rock, and stone into the flow that they possibly can. You know what I'm saying? So it all needs to be considered. Jonathan Kidd said all the stuff they're doing is just recycling back to their pocket and giving the illusion of helping. K Black C. Black Dollar stay in the black community from 4 to 6 hours. District 120, District 120, you missed a lot.
Hold on, but I want to know what I want to know is what's a black community? Where do you have that at? That's what I'm saying. That's one thing that we don't have in this country. We got hoods. We got neighborhoods,
Yeah. Albert Pike was also a top Mason that wrote the majority of the bylaws for Freemasonry. Daniel Addison came. Blockhead Society said the prison system is modern day slavery.
That's my cousin right there.
All right. The original black man in America needs to pool their resources and build North America as well as Africa. Xavier said, if not separation, I would go for free college for 400 years. I mean, yeah, that's, to me, that's it. That's
what?
Black folks, the Jews and the Japanese got their reparation. District 120 said,
I respect the school, but man.
K. Blacksea said money in the form of assets. While Son said for reparations, we want separation. Xavier said we earn more than was paid to us. Xavier said, I believe separating is the only way to receive it. K. Blacksea said the president, because Trump is president, because Trump is real, the people are tired of politicians. Daniel Addison said this society is geared for the 1%. Justin said, but knowledge is the best part. With financial literacy, a poor person can become rich, but without financial literacy, a rich person will become poor. Xavier Law says separate and practice the science of life. K. Blacksea Supreme Obama signed a bill for the rights of indigenous peoples that was specifically designed for us. What's this bill, and how is it designed for us? Infinite Satisfaction came in.
Yeah. You got to acknowledge the degrees, man. Any brothers that's out there, it's imperative to acknowledge your lessons and keep them on the dome, because, see, that's the first step. A lot of the comments is correct. You know what I'm saying? But y'all got to keep in mind that knowledge of yourself, you got that now, right? I mean, it's what you claiming. I don't know anybody physically, you know what I'm saying, on this cast. But what I'm saying is I respect everybody. And with all due respect, if you had a self-realization, then you need to take that seriously, and then you'll see that next step, because these people, we can't compare ourselves to them. We can't just be like, okay, well, the devil did it this way, that way, because they accept things that we don't accept. Like, they accept pedophilia. You know what I'm saying? Like, they down with it, whatever. So it's what we doing is different than what they doing. You know what I'm saying? And they memorize their stuff. You ever seen one of them talking to interview one of their scientists? When they get to talk, they get to uttering stuff that they memorize. I don't care if it's on the teleprompter or stuff that they on the card that they memorize it before they get on stage. All that, bro. This is what they train to do. They say, okay, we gotta memorize this because we gotta make it, put it on cap. When you hear Bill Gates talking about stuff and vaccines, he ain't freestyling. I mean, he freestyling because he got all this stuff on his dome, but it's just like somebody that knowledge 120 going through degrees. It's like he know his degrees. He know his other rules and regulations that in the lesson. He too. This is why he's doing the best he could be at what he's doing. Now, look, we got to stop worrying about comparing how they do it, because, like I said, they accept things we don't accept.
Xavier made an interesting comment right here. He said it will all go back in 10 years' time if we remain integrated. That's a very interesting thought right there. But I mean, so what's the degree of separation that you're talking about? Because segregation is a kind of separation. You know what I'm saying? Where you still in the same geographical locations. You know what I'm saying? In terms of you still in the same town, but the town itself is segregated. You know what I'm saying? Or you just mean separated to which degree? Jonathan Kidd said we have to have order, control, coordination, and discipline, and with that, can focus on a common cause. Yeah, definitely need a common cause. Jonathan Kidd said you better learn survival skills. Real talk. I watch a lot of survival skills videos. Yeah, I used to watch that. You know, when one of the last shows that I was watching when I was watching TV was Doomsday Preppers. I used to love Doomsday Preppers.
What kind of survival skills? That's what I want to know.
Well, Doomsday Preppers was about like if society collapsed for whatever reason, and they had everything broken down into categories like how good was your plan for self-defense? How good was your plan to have food? How good was your plan to have water? You know what I'm saying? And they rated you in all those categories. So, it was different people. Like it was the one dude that I ain't gonna front, he was lethal. Because see, him and his team, the people that he was doomsday prepping with, they was all dudes that was under his command in the military. And it was their families and everything. And they was all in one location. So this dude and his wife, first of all, they had like a farm where all the food that they ate came right there from the farm already. Now, every time they cooked the meal, rather, they cooked enough for 8 meals. And then they canned and preserved all the rest of the food. You know what I'm saying? And, they got all their barrels, they got their rain catchment and everything. But then, like I said, these cats is military. So
right,
let's say,
I was just about to say, what's the prerequisites to what they was doing?
If they already had that little part of survival, but then it was like, say something happened and they part of the land got overran, like, you know what I'm saying? Some people came through trying to stick them up or whatever, right? They had a plan where all the other people, right, who was under his command, that as soon as everything went wrong, they all was gonna come to his farm and be living there. So now they had a school bus that they already hooked up, bulletproof. They got weapons and everything on the bus, right? And then they got a location where they was like, yo, we got another location, but son, we can't even take you there, son. If we take you there, we got to kill you. You know what I'm saying? But look, on the way to the location, they pulled over, right? And it looked like it was just like a hill right there. But they started digging in the hill and they had guns and food stored in the hill. But like just in case if they had to get up out of the other place.
It was a wall.
That they didn't get a chance to get the supplies. But like I said, because these dudes was military, they knew all these tactics from, being on the front lines. You see what I'm saying? So they had one of the best plans, you know what I'm saying? It was a couple people that had their thing down pat, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah, you touching my point.
Yeah, I definitely used to watch that. It was this other dude who was nice too, though, that he already basically was living right now as if society collapsed. Like he gave his job up, you know what I'm saying? And he's living out in the forest, no electricity or nothing. You know what I'm saying? He's already in some place where it's like, yeah, if things go crazy, ain't nobody coming up there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but he knew how to build. He knew how to build like it was like a mound where he piled up. It was like a bird's nest where he just kept piling up leaves and mud and all type of stuff, right? And like he So he told his son, like, look, I want you to make a mound, right? And then sleep in there overnight. Like he already was doing that. He was showing them how to use like throwing stars and all other type of weapons that like, yo, you know, if you run out of bullets, he was teaching them, you know, martial arts. You know what I'm saying? They already like all the stuff that they ate, they tracked it. Like they don't got guns or nothing. They was already living like it was the 1700s or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, if everything go bad, it's not gonna make us no difference anyway, because we already was living like this, you know. But yeah, that type of show is actually, you know, if there was anything that I miss about watching TV, it was that type of show. They got a company that got the food. They got the food in the bag like jail. Yeah, you know how you got the Jack Mac and all that in the bag and the rice, the little bags. That's how they. Yeah, it's a company that got it like that, so you can make each meal. You know what I'm saying, without having to cook no whole bunch of stuff. You know what I'm saying, and waste it. You know.
Right, all the nutrients packed in one little ration.
Right, yeah, it's rationed out. Exactly, that's the word.
But see, you see, I don't see. I've seen them shows too, right? I like them shows too, Survivor and all them, right? But I never seen the one in particular you talking about. But what I'm saying, right? When they showing like caveman type of stuff, like yo, if I lived like fucking what's it called? Wilson, what's his name? What's that movie, man? When he was out on that island, man. You know, if you get stranded on an island, or if you end up in the caves of Europe, how would you live? And you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's not like if society crashes, they cut off your electricity. You know what you're gonna have to do? You're gonna have to pick up an electricity book and learn how to deal with electricity. See, we need that trade. And then we could just go down to the electricity department. Now that might be a standoff. Oh, man, but if you could get up in there,
it depends on what happens. And they, you know, but I mean, if it's something that, you know, we fix it. God, Devon made a good point. Yeah, where he said the idea of coming together and building a nation is nothing new. And it ain't the devil stopping us. It's us talking economics and contributing funds for a common cause. A lot of original people get spooky and reluctant to pay said dues. That's a great point right there. Xavier said,
some people misuse money.
I didn't grow up with a strong police presence, and we took care of ourselves fine. Jonathan Kidd said, you better invest in solar generators. I have one just in case. Xavier said the only opinion they probably looking at as a possibility is the NOI because of the organization, but not the political posture. What you saying, that they looking at the NOI to receive the reparations? Jonathan Kidd said doing textiles. Xavier said, we are still a young nation. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. We need to be able to survive off what we produce. Absolutely, right there.
Hey, but what he just said, I had a crazy thought earlier. About staying young, right? And being youthful. Like, yo, you got to get up and be active. You got to stay moving. Keep your mind moving. Keep your body moving, right? Because the closer you get to, they say time slow down. It's like when I go to outer space and they get on that rocket and that thing travels so fast that, by the time they get back to the earth, they still young. Like they be, years younger than people, depending on how long you spend up there, because you suspend it in time. When you get to moving so fast, you know what I'm saying, you stay young and you stay present. So we just got to stay active and stay busy. As long as we keep these things on our mind and every day, then naturally, it's going to naturally get defeated because, we being productive.
Jonathan Kiss, I've been thinking about going into
You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Jonathan Kiss, I've been thinking about going into textiles because I design and make clothing. Glenn Snoddy said we don't really own any businesses in our community, so naturally our dollars will fly out of our community quickly. Xavier said Malcolm X's famous speech in 1964 spoke to this issue. Malik Lowe and Al-Kim Salam came in. Xavier said our own land with government military protection. All right, now, which government? Jonathan Kidd says survival skills like how to grow your own food, attain water, and have a power source.
Yeah.
790, loading up your house with supplies with the submergible tank with O2 filter apparatus, enabling them to live for a period of time. Jonathan Kidd said, well, I am a military war vet, so that is how I think. Yeah, and I'm going to tell you something. There was a guy, speaking of this type of situation, in Hurricane Katrina, right? There was a guy that you could tell he was military. That you could tell he had been in the military. First of all, because he was out on dry land. Like he wasn't in the flood section. He was on dry land and they stopped him. They was like, yo, what you doing? He was like, yo, right now I'm going on, I gotta go check on my mom. You know what I mean? She's like in a different part, from where I was at. So they was like, yo, what's going on where you was? He was like, yo, it's pandemonium over there. You know what I'm saying? And he had his book bag on. You know what I'm saying? And however they was talking, he was like, I got some provisions in my bag. You know what I'm saying? Like I did what I could, you know what I'm saying? And, hit people off with, whatever provisions I had that might have been a little extra. But, I gotta do my mission right now to go see what's going on with my mom. So from him having that book bag on and using that terminology, provisions, and a couple other things he said, it was like, all right, yeah, this guy's military. So see, he knew how to maneuver in that circumstance and situation. You know what I'm saying? But see, look, this is one of the things I'll be saying about, a lot of the spooks that are sitting and have sat by the door, right? It's not, they not living that out. You see what I'm saying? Which is, and don't get me wrong, the people got to be willing to learn that type of thing too. You know what I'm saying? But just in terms of, making that knowledge born out in the whole community. You see what I'm saying? So that, more people can have that type of survival skill. Shady said it will have to be done by the gods of earth. The society collapse. We will have abundance of food, clothing, and shelter. For a period of time, but what about next year? Like we're gonna have to organize, the crops being grown for next year. You know what I'm saying? That's a situation that sometimes I think might get a little bit overlooked in a situation when we start speaking about revolution. Is that once you do that, once society collapse, they're the ones who provide the food, clothing, shelter. Say you have to work hand in hand with the government. Well, listen, in terms of right now, you said that it would have to be with our own land with government military protection. Now, listen, I'm just going, this is how they think. That's what the project is. As far as they're concerned, the project is your land, and the police that we should refer as is government, military, or how do they say paramilitary protection.
Yeah, when you're dealing with the military, it's like it made me think about the movies. Like whenever spies break away from their government and they be on the run, the government be knowing their every move because they trained them. It's like they know exactly what you about to do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you got
793rd,
military tactics. Yeah, pardon.
793rd said there's also a company that manufactures and designs shelters with air systems attached to them. Those survival shows a little different. Yeah, I seen one where they took a old nuclear silo where they put the nuclear bomb and they put it underground so that if they try to bomb the nuclear bomb, it's so far underground and it's so much what's the name that it don't, it don't blow up. You know what I'm saying? And they bought some old ones and started building buildings in there. So it's already got the protection of being bomb proof and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And then they build in like, it's underground. So what he's saying right here, yeah, all the air is filtered in, the water is filtered, but this is for like rich people. So there's like movie theaters and, there's a floor where they could do indoor growing and all types of stuff where they could literally, they could be in there for 10 years.
Oh.
John Kidd said you can use these techniques in urban areas. Savior said they are the only obvious nation prepared for separation. The NOI?
No.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh.
The United States government, federal government being that's I'm not saying it can't happen, but I'm just saying that they
They're not gonna give us no
their way
military.
of providing protection is a little bit strange. You know what I mean? That's why for me, part of the plan has to involve grooming your own people to go into the process of making these decisions. You know what I'm saying? Regardless to color and all of that. You know what I'm saying? But grooming your own people that understand your situation. You see what I'm saying? That could go in there and politic without being corrupted. Because that's what happens. You get a lot of people that go into politics. They got a good heart and great ideas, but then they get in there and get corrupted by the money and the influence and the power that exists in that world. Now, Sean came in and said he ordered some MREs and C rations. Kuzma said being civilized doesn't mean you got to reinvent civilization. Savior said, not our project and not enough land. Telling you that's how they look. You know what I'm saying? That's how they look at it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, just like we discussed, how the truth a lot of times and the understanding is in the details. They also say the devil is in the details. Rashawn said he got his go bag he got his go bag on deck. That's when you watch the show, your go bag is like when you have to, when conditions get so bad, when things hit the fan, that you gotta leave. You know, some people call it a go bag. Sometimes you hear them say a bug out bag, but it means when, you know, you gotta evacuate. So Savior said, I only said that with the government protection because we don't need to waste resources on warfare. You know, the best way to do that is to, not get into war. You know what I'm saying?
Can't be
I see what you're saying. You know, I'm just, in politics, like I said, it's a lot about negotiation, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's a lot about everybody getting something that they want. You know what I'm saying? That's why you will have a Democrat and a Republican sponsor a bill, because everybody gets something that they want. Or when you deal with the science of building like a military plane, right? Or a military bomb, one of the ways they get a bill to pass, right? Let's say they want to build an F-30 fighter jet, right? I'm just saying hypothetically. I don't know what number they up to. You know what I'm saying? They want to build an F-30 fighter jet. One of the ways they get everybody to cooperate is they build a little piece of the jet in every state. So now every state can say they created jobs because, they made the screws in that state, and then they put the screws into the metal in this state. And then, the electrical stuff came from that state over there, and it was put in, by people from that state over there.
Mm-hmm.
So, if we, you gotta look at that. Like maybe that's a limited mindset. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm too hood. You know what I'm saying? But look, man, if somebody's gonna give you something, sometimes you gotta consider, man, what is this person getting out of the deal? You understand what I'm saying? Like we gotta be aware of that, because this situation is necessarily a new trading post. You making another trading post, you know what I'm saying, where you saying that, okay, in exchange for the labor that we gave you since the first trading post, we want to cut a better deal. And their point is going to be, all right, because remember, that's who we negotiating with. That's who we messed up at the first time, was not being clear on what we was getting out the trade. So, maybe that's got me apprehensive, you know what I'm saying? Or paranoid. Let's take another step. You understand what I mean? But that's what it makes me wonder, why would they protect us? Like their standpoint is going to be, look, we just gave you 17 trillion, get your own police. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You know,
Make your own guns. Make your own guns. You gotta turn over all your guns to us.
Blackhead Society said the 5% nation collectively has enough money in trades and or degrees to cover detail in 2 new built colonies. I mean, it's possible. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, we got some 5%ers that's a part of high society and all that. You know what I'm saying? To me, I'm gonna tell you another thing. And this is something where, remember yesterday, I said you could take the devil off the planet even after you fell victim. You would just rather not fall victim. You know what I'm saying? To me, a lot of things when it comes to money, we missed the boat during the drug game, Saint. Let's say that. Let's keep that out there. Man.
Some brothers got rich in the 80s, huh?
Son, not just that, but look historically, son. Son, the people who was dealing with the Boston Tea Party, the people who did the Revolutionary War, they made money off illegal activity. Even if it was just dodging taxes, son. They made money off of illegal activity. You understand what I'm saying? The Irish, like we were discussing the other day, how they turned their illegal activity into the fire department and the police department. In control of the city apparatus for a long time.
They became, John F. Kennedy was Irish.
Yeah, right.
And the Kennedys doing bootlegging.
Other communities, they turned their dirt, you understand what I'm saying? And, however they had to launder it up to become members of high society, man. So, at that time, I'm not going to say these ideas didn't exist because
it's 12 o'clock.
Like God Cyber Divine said not too long ago, we not inventing the wheel talking about black people coming together and doing things. You understand what I'm saying? But that's what other people did. And it goes into what you were saying. Where's the part of every city or where's the part of America where the black people that made it live now? You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like right now, the same sections that most black people moved into New York City when they came, unless they've been gentrified out, they still there. And if they move somewhere else, they move because bills is cheaper, not because they came up.
Or they got kicked out.
Right. So to me, you know what I'm saying? That's like a lesson learned. You know what I'm saying? That listen, from the 1970s, I'm talking about going back to the dope era. You know what I'm saying? From the dope era to the crack era, you know what I'm saying? Saying a couple billion came down. At least. Probably more like trillions, man. Like all together when you put all the hustlers together.
Oh man. Yes, and then if you include the Mexicans too.
You understand what I'm saying? And then if you adjust for inflation, son, we seen trillions, but we didn't do it. Like for instance, there's a story in New York City, right? It's a narrative that the Jews and the Italians kind of conspired together to get rid of the Irish. You know what I'm saying? And so when they first formed the mob, the mafia was just one part of the mob. The mafia was the Italian faction, but you had other factions, the Jewish factions too. But that the difference was that the Jewish people, they wasn't really all proud of what they were doing. They was, they was happy with the money they was making, but they didn't really flaunt it. So they went to go live in buildings in neighborhoods where nobody knew what they did. And they sent their kids to college to be doctors and dentists and lawyers. And they never told them that, I control gambling, you know what I'm saying, in downtown Manhattan. They never told them that. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to the Italians, who they was like, yo, they stayed in their same neighborhoods and flaunted their money all around and became underworld heroes. You see what I'm saying? So the little kids that grew up around them ended up looking up to them and wanting to do what they did. You see what I'm saying? And so just to show you, I've used all that as an example of how people took their money that they was making when they was doing dirt and use it to build a society, man. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, just the amounts, it's so much money. We still writing magazines, you still got the Feds magazines and all these magazines talking about people that was 40, 50, 60 years ago getting money, man. You understand what I'm saying? So, let that be a lesson if it happens again. And it's one of them things where it's like a double-edged sword because we don't want our community to get back like how it was in that era. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Guccifer said devils in the details, emphasis on tails. Oh man. Josh Sim said, are there any in the true and living that have money?
Yo, copy that over, try that one.
I'm sure they would all.
This other one.
I'm sure they would all like to think that they true and living. They would all like to think like that, man. Hold on for a second, y'all. Gotta get this. What's this?
It's another one.
What's
First track, new first track. Yeah, just try that. Copy it over. The other one sounded fucking dodgy as well. But this one sounds clear.
Yeah.
There really ain't there really is no black people in America with money like that. Like when you talk about somebody with money, like Hov got a billion. You got Dr. Dre, you got Michael Jordan, like you got these type of people. But that's nobody. That's not a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Like compared to hundreds and thousands of these other people that you could find easily. You could just search a few categories and see how many of them have billions of dollars, man. Even if somebody had 100,000, what's 100,000 to? Yeah.
See, but here's the thing, and I think God Cyber Divine is this deals with what he was saying too, is that we gotta understand, son, that not dealing with the devil also means not dealing with the luxury that he provides. Sometimes, we don't even look at the fact, like, look, even to be on these computers, son, trust me, some brothers that we talking about, we love and we saving the world for, had to suffer for us to have a lot of stuff that we got. You know what I'm saying? For them to get the platinum and all the different what you call that? All the different not ingredients, all the different parts that's in the phone. All the different resources that they got to get from the ground.
Yeah, the metal.
Right. People that we claim that we love have to suffer in order for us to get that. In order for us to be able to have that for a cheap price, they couldn't pay that person what he really deserved for that resource in that labor that he used to mine that resource.
Mm.
So it's not always, you can't necessarily look at that. Meaning like the brothers who was in Black Wall Street, they couldn't start off thinking, well, Thomas Jefferson got this much money. Like, nah, you gotta stay in your lane. In your lane, gonna be a big mansion at Monticello right now. Not saying it's not going to get there, but we got to realize that we skip steps. We can't be like, okay, we're going to do the same amount of labor and get all this much more money. See, that's what happened. That's what we fell for. That you're going to do the same amount of labor and get all this much more gold. Savior said they want that's heavily armed anyway. See, but those two things don't go together. See, when you say they don't want us heavily armed anyway, they're giving us a whole bunch of money is arming us. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's arming us in all those ways. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said, to me, it's all hand in hand. They give us a whole bunch of money. It arms us to have political impact.
Yeah, the sick people are just gonna kill themselves. 400,000, one payment. In one payment, I'm talking about, man. Just think about the suicide rate. Because not even self-inflicted. I'm just saying, people are gonna literally be overdosing.
793 says some say that 80s money was the reparations. That's that's a new one. I never heard that.
That's a cold way to look at it.
Jonathan Kidd said the Kennedys made illegal bags. Look, the Bushes got illegal money. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, and they use that money. He used that money to send his kids to Yale, and they end up getting down in the skull and crossbones, and then that ended up giving them political juice. You understand what I'm saying? Same thing with the Kennedys. Same thing with a lot of cats, man. 793 said that many damn sure blew it. So are you saying that that's where the rich black people is in Alpine, New Jersey, where the other rich wealthy are? I'm saying that's not the place where you're talking about, like what Chris Rock said, that the white people still follow him around, is it? Yeah. Save your life, that's you just put a head on it when you said, people chasing their American dream. That's you put a word on it. You know what I'm saying? Or you put it in a word. Is that we gotta realize that we're giving up the American dream when you know what I'm saying, the stuff what you're saying, that's gonna be giving up the American dream for an Asiatic dream. You know what I'm saying? Like the American dream in 1800 didn't look like this right here. That's stages of growth and development. And that's what we got to understand, is that if you're starting something out right now, you can't necessarily compare it to something that's had 250 years of development. Jeff Sim said with black businesses like that, unemployment would be bad low among black college graduates. But it's all, see, like for instance, one thing you can see with this crisis, right, is white people have an understanding that we gotta go support these businesses, man. You messing with our whole livelihood, our whole freedom by not letting us go to stores and support our community. Our community. See, black people have been trained not to think like that. So see, like you saying, the black college graduates, you know, the black businesses would be supporting the black college graduates by giving them jobs. The black college graduates then have to turn around and support those businesses. You know, that we talking about money going around the community. You know what I'm saying? In order for that to happen, you know, what it has to do with is understanding how GDP is calculated. See, GDP. Let's say if I got $1, right? I get paid $1. That's $1 of GDP. Now let's say I go to the store and I buy a soda with that dollar. That's $2 of GDP, but it's still the same $1. Then the dude in the store pays his rent, right? And he uses that dollar as one of the dollars. That's $3 of GDP off that same $1. So see, that's another thing why I asked when they said black people spend this $1 trillion. How exactly is that being calculated? You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying that to say is that the money has to multiply back. You know what I'm saying? You know, in terms of, like you said, as communities support, you know, individuals or groom individuals, give out scholarships and things of that nature. See, that was the original Masonic plan. Well, not Masonic plan, but the plan of the Masons, the Boule, was that we're going to send kids to school so they can have the power to uplift the rest of the community. But what happened was those kids that they went and supported, many of them got over there, you know, and decided they'd rather stay over there. Blackhead said the cannabis industry with decriminalization, the black market is wide open. That's one of those things, Blackhead society, where they're using tactics. I'm not saying those tactics can't be overcome, but I'm saying observe the tactics that they're using. You know what I'm saying? They're using the poll tax, the grandfather, what do they call it? I got a lot of historians in here. There was a particular Jim Crow law, right, that they used to negate the power of the black man to vote, where they said that in order for you to vote, we got a particular ordinance in this town. Your grandfather had to vote, knowing full well that if it's 1870 and you just came out of slavery, or your forefathers was either slaves or they were just brought here on the boat. So they put qualifications in there that, it don't seem ornery. We're not going to say that it's because you black, but we just going to put a barrier there that we know most black people ain't going to be able to cross. So right now, what it is you got the corporate aspect of the cannabis industry. You know what I'm saying? And of course, they got their barriers is money. You gotta have all this infrastructure and all of this. You gotta jump through all these hoops to do it legally. You know what I'm saying? And eventually, they're gonna come down with the hammer on the black market. Oh man, y'all giving it. Yeah, see these people. 793rd said, "Where Alpine is the richest counties, is one of the richest counties in the country, where Alicia Keys, Swiss, and Chris Rock all stay." Yeah, but they're like lone people. You know, well, at least the way Chris Rock explained it on his show when he was talking about the difference between what he said, rich and wealthy.
I'm telling you.
You know what I'm saying? He was saying that, you know, he still gets treated like a nigga in his community. That when he's out amongst other people where being rich counts. You know what I'm saying? But when he's in his community, is wealthy. And it's still, yo, what you doing right here? You
That's what I'm saying. They elevate
yeah,
the value of what rich
see,
is.
right. And so, like I said, you go to be a part of their social equality, but you still fit in at the very bottom. You see what I'm saying? And nothing never happens until you find yourself in a situation like what's the guy that had the cases, the Supreme Court cases, where his defense was the 1866 law. So you
The brother
find
you was talking
yourself in
about?
those situations, huh?
I
What you
said the
said his
brother
name
you
was?
was talking about earlier. Anthony
Yeah,
Joshua or Anthony
nah,
Johnson.
nah. The dude that sued the cable companies, he was saying they was keeping his shows off or something.
Oh no, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, this was a
Dude,
dude. He's supposed to be a comedian, but I ain't never say nothing. I ain't never hear him say nothing funny. And he owns cable networks, and for whatever reason, the cable networks didn't want to let him put his channels and his shows on there. You know what I'm saying? So they had a lawsuit, and he sued them over discrimination. You see what I'm saying? And so he didn't get a whole lot of support, you know, well, at least that I heard. I know with some people, but he didn't get a whole lot of support from the black community because you haven't really been making yourself evident over here. Yes, and I mean, you're not somebody like right now, if somebody here, yo, LeBron got in an issue where, son, the black community is going to be behind him. You see what I'm saying? Because he supported the black community. You see what I'm saying? Now, in that white community, yeah, they like you as long as you throw the ball in the hole and you smile with us and all that. But you still at the bottom of their community. Like $1 billion, you know, it's a cat with almost 200, right? They saying that in our lifetime, Jeff Bezos might have $1 trillion.
there's somebody with more than him.
See, this is what they say, man. That listen, man, when you deal with that money stuff, and this is part of what you were saying all on the business uh in terms of the reparations, right? And inflation. You know what I mean? Jasim, he deal with the economic stuff. He might know this term I'm getting ready to say, you know what I mean? Or it's like a saying, you know what I'm saying? In the economic world, that a rising tide lifts all boats. Meaning that if the economy does better, right, everybody is going to be doing a little better. So even in terms of when they say, okay, yeah, you have a black middle class, yeah, that's because the whole economy as a whole, you know what I'm saying, is extracting more wealth from other places. So yeah, everybody's doing better. The rising tide has lifted all boats, but at the end of the day, you still in the dinghy and they still in a cruise ship.
Hey, look, do this research, right? I'm gonna do this research myself, right? But it's like this: when they gave the reparations to Japan and to the Jews or whatever,
or whoever got their reparations, right? Who else got money on the back end? Who else got money? Because if they give you a bunch of money, if they give us a bunch of money, then they gonna give all the hardworking Americans some money too. You better believe it. Or it's gonna get cut out. They're gonna make it work for America. So the whole scheme is gonna balance out. It's like we have to set the status quo. So where if they give us money, the money's just like icing on a cake type of thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. God cited Quran. I remember when I said stay in your lane, but I don't recall what part of the conversation. You gotta bring me back up to speed. You said when I said stay in your lane, are you referring to the lane and parameters that the devil set up for us? Because if we playing with house rules, how can we win the game if he calling his own fouls? Jasim said, does the opposing team's coach show you his playbook? So he said, we most likely we will have enormous influence, but in a positive way. 7 Thursday, I walked and slept on the Yale campus with some young bros who went there. Yeah, boy, you truth, Pookie ain't leaving. As I saw his black ass at the Whole Food in the cluster not too long ago, which is down the street from Alpine. Pete and Button live in Tenafly, which is also close and about 10 minutes from the George Washington Bridge. You know, well, I will give you that New Jersey and Atlanta do have a slight claim on that. You know, I wouldn't agree with it personally, but I can see how somebody would say, you know, because yeah, there's a lot of people. Even going back to the 80s with the drug game, you know, a lot of dudes that got a little bit of paper, they got a crib in New Jersey. You know, but like I said, you know, you're there and you're at the very bottom of their social equality. And for the most part, you've given up your social equality with your real people. You understand what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, even if you look Dr. Dre, Jay-Z, you know what I'm saying? I'm using an example because we're familiar with them. And they provide the example where, your homies was Eazy-E and, Ren and, these type of dudes, you know what I'm saying? Now your homie is Jimmy Iovine.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So
right.
And I don't know how y'all feel about Dr. Dre in LA. Matter of fact, you can tell me. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, he don't seem, he's mad fly like that on the streets of LA. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Not that he gotta be, but I'm just saying that he don't have that social equality like Nipsey Hussle. You understand what I'm saying?
Not at all. Everybody respects the money. You respect that money. When you talk about Dre out here, you talking about the richest person that made it from the hood in LA. That's what you're talking about. So, certain things you don't say about Dre. You just gotta respect the money. You don't say nothing about that man. Like, let that man be like because you know what's up. He from Compton. He not from the fucking suburbs. Check his rap sheet. For every, you hear negative things about Dre, funny things, but then there's things that swept under the rug you might not hear about him.
Yeah. See, that's now, same thing with Jay-Z, where in order to get that money, you have to go be a part of their social equality, right? And kind of give your social equality with the people up. You know what I'm saying? Out here, you got your people that, they just Jay-Z fans of his music. But I'm saying the way people saw Jay-Z as kind of a representative of the street. And you gotta remember, even when they first came out, Jay-Z wasn't like that. I'm talking about in terms of getting the sales and all that. It was that he was underground, so he probably was seeing more money than a lot of dudes who had deals. But I'm talking about just raw popularity. You know what I'm saying? Jay-Z first wasn't up there with Biggie and Nas and Raekwon and all of them when they first dropped their albums, you know, between like 94 and 96. You know what I'm saying? He was seeing more as, you know, like Jay-Z is, you know, he's the street champion. You know what I'm saying? There's a couple of people, you know, they might don't have that degree of money that they have, but they not the same people, you know what I'm saying? You know, we're like, yo, look, you know, if you know, I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? In terms of just the outpouring, you know what I'm saying, when something happened to Nipsey Hussle, you know what I'm saying? You don't see that same kind of thing when it happens to other people. You know what I'm saying? You know, years ago, I saw this happen to Hammer. Where Hammer, you know, eventually he made a record where he was talking about how the hood turned their back on him. And I was like, what hood? The hood never was listening to you. What are you talking about? You think the hood was the ones that got you a cartoon? It's the white people that you was at the bottom of social equality that turned their back on you.
Yeah.
See, right now, if
And then
something
you have to
happens
go back.
or Dr. Dre money, it's not going to be because we stopped buying their records. It's not going to be because we stopped going to the shows and supporting them. It's going to be because the white man pulled the plug on them. And that's what's going to happen every time because you're just at the bottom of their social equality. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, look, you know what I'm saying? Let's say you're dealing with the gang cipher, right? Look, Scrans, if you're not from over here, you're never going to be a superior like that, man. You understand what I'm saying? Like you're not fronting projects, B. You not, you understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you could be down, but you're at the bottom of our social equalities, right? It's like if you rolling and it's like, okay, it's three brothers and it's you, three biological brothers and it's you. Yeah, you down with us, son, but you're at the bottom of our social equalities, right? So if we have to lighten the load for any reason, it's more than likely gonna be you. And so that's why we keep seeing these situations, you know what I'm saying, where it's like, yo, but you wasn't complaining when you was getting paid on the system though.
That's
Then,
how you know the money ain't nothing.
yeah, because of how easily they can take it away.
The money ain't nothing, right? It ain't nothing, man. They can't do nothing with their money. They can't. You know, you bet we could build schools and all this, man, but you spending all the money that you earned.
No doubt. Jasim said
No,
black
you spending.
hires black people not in the streets, but with jobs for people that look like them can afford to feed their children in healthy food. Unhealthy food makes us other than ourselves. You know, have you ever read the there's a train of thought, a theory, I don't know what you want to call it, right? That the people who the people who like right now, the unemployed black population, right, are people who have or they had jobs in the old Negro economy when it was segregation. You know what I'm saying? But in those jobs, right, a lot of times you didn't need a you didn't need a college education to work in that Negro economy. You know what I'm saying? But once the Negro economy got destroyed, you know what I'm saying, after integration, that those people never really caught on. They never was able to get an employment, and then there's just a legacy of these people that's still there. You know what I mean? So, you know, at least in New York, I don't know if it's like that in other places where, you know, you got families that's been in the projects for 40, 50, 60 years. And you got families that was, they inaugurated when they opened the projects, they was the first families in there. And they still in there right now. You see what I'm saying? Because that poverty and that what you call it, you know, not being educated, it has a legacy. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're not educated, right, dealing with today's degree, if you're not educated, right, how do you help your children when they go to school if they having issues? You know what I'm saying? If you don't even know the system. Like it was you know, somebody told me a story about these kids that they went to school with, but this is back in like the 1950s. You know, so the mother, she never learned how to read. She never went to school. She's sharecropper from down south. So the kids used to come home and they had all F's on their report card. But they used to tell the lady that the F stood for fantastic. So she never knew that they was flunking out. You know what I'm saying? Or it was actually when I was in school, the teacher told us a story about this kid, and the kid was failing, but he was Asian, and his mom was an immigrant. She didn't speak any English. So whenever he would write letters home to the school, the kid would always tell us, you know, yeah, the letter's saying I'm doing great. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just sign it. They just want you to know that, you know, I'm a great student. You know what I'm saying? So listen, he said, the teacher said, yo, man, something's going on here, man. Like, why, you know? So he said, yo, he calls the mother into the school. Like, yo, look, I need you to come down so I can talk to you about this son, right? So, like I said, the mother doesn't speak any English.
He translates.
So the kid is translating. So the teacher's like, oh, you know, the kid is, this is going on, that's going on, this going on. And the kid is like, yeah, you know, he's just telling you the same thing. You know, he's glad to see you and everything. You know what I'm saying? So he said, he said he could look at the lady and see from her body language that he wasn't telling her what he was saying. So he said, listen, and look, this is going to tie into what we deal with here too. He said, look, what I did is I showed her the test scores. And he said she didn't speak English, but she knew the numbers, God.
Yeah.
Knew the numbers. And he said, yo, as soon as she saw the numbers, she started beating him in the head.
Instantly.
She started beating him in the head. Because she realized
that's the culture degree.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
The culture degree. Yeah, that's he's the little devil.
Yeah. So
accusing the righteous people of telling lies, causing them to fight and kill one another.
So see, these is extreme examples though of how ignorance, or not ignorance, but lack of education has a legacy. You understand what I'm saying? Just like God Cypher Divine was able to guide his son in sports because he had experience in it. You know what I'm saying? You know, we all supposed to be doing that. You know what I'm saying? Excellent job on that, by the way. You know,
yes,
so you know, that's a certain factor right there that I'm saying that these people who lost their jobs, right, at the integration point, you know what I'm saying? Many of those families, you know, unless they got somebody in the family that can play football or basketball or something, many of them have never recovered from that.
Still stuck.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's why Alicia Keys moved into Eddie's old house in the cut in Inglewood. Pookie said that almost 15 years ago, as he's real comfortable and they ain't leaving. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they not leaving now. But the bottom line is this what I'm saying, right? When Bill Cosby got accused of rape, right? To my knowledge, maybe I could be corrected right here because I didn't follow it all that closely. You know what I'm saying? Only a couple black people, like I remember Jill Scott, a few black people was like, yo, we think you persecuting Bill. But saying when Harvey Weinstein got accused, yeah, Oprah and all them saying, nah, I don't know that Harvey. Nah, who's that? Nah, it's not. I don't know Harvey to be like that.
Yeah.
Listen. Right now, Joe Biden is accused, and some of the most vocal women in the Me Too movement is like, no, I don't think Joe Biden. I've known Joe Biden. He's been a family friend for years. I don't think he's capable. See, that's because you're not a part of their social equality, Bill. You in, but at the very bottom. Son, did you notice the same thing with OJ? That's the first time I noticed it, son. Anytime a white motherfucker get accused of something, somebody's gonna come up and say, until you get caught, like Epstein, where it's like, scram, we got videotape, man. Dennis, I don't know how he's a real devil, man. I don't know how he was able to hide that. Yeah, it's like a double life. Like when Colin Kaepernick came up, right? Not one nigga from his college or something was like, nah, man, I know Colin, man. He not no phony nigga like that. If he thinks that, he really believes in that. You ever know that?
Right. Yeah, look, he had no real family support. No family stepped up.
Yeah, because you trying to have social equality with somebody that you never gonna be on the level with them in that social equality. You just at the bottom.
Yeah, the only way to be part of it, you gotta be the player. You're not the owner.
Yeah, we invite you to parties. You understand what I'm saying? We let you look. You get some white women. What's white women? We let you do all that, but you still at the bottom. See, we just let you have that white woman keep you in check anyway.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of, it's a lot of funny stuff that goes on in that entertainment thing. It's like you.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Fly phrase in Infinite Satisfaction was they hit it on the head. Byron Allen was a dude I was talking about that owned the cable channels, and he was having he got the lawsuit against the cable network saying they would discriminate against him. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I don't know. I don't follow every individual.
Byron Allen, that sounds familiar though.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a comedian. Like I said, I don't follow every individual to know everything what he's doing, but I can't say I didn't see you being this vocal about black issues when other people, when they were surrounding the hood. Like, I don't remember you being one of the people that put your hoodie on when Trayvon Martin got shot. I don't remember you. You understand what I'm saying? Now, the brother that was talking about the case,
you was a comedian. You crack jokes. You trying to make.
And you was in a circle of people that now those circle of people ain't helping you. Yeah, Jason was saying he owned the Weather Channel. Yeah.
The dude, hold on, what? He a comedian. He owns the Weather Channel.
Yeah, that's what he started doing. You know, he was smart with that. Like his money, you know, he's never been nobody that you see, you know, he with all the fancy models and, you know, fancy cars and stuff. You know, whatever money he was making, he started understanding, or he understood that the real money was, you know, behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? Being a producer.
Down
So
with
yeah, he started producing his own shows and everything. And then he got to the point where he started buying networks. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, like I said, you wouldn't really, like, I haven't really seen him like, that's what I'm saying. Like, even Tyler Perry, I've seen him be vocal about certain things. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they did that on purpose. They made him the spotlight of that. Like, yo, he's smart. I ain't taking away from, I mean, from what he said his plan was and how he executed it. You know, I would have to say that it was smart from what I've heard he said, but I'm not sure that was his plan.
I think,
you know,
well, I'm not sure why you saying it mightn't be his plan, so I'm not even going to speak on that. I do understand the fact that, you know, you was allowed to excel because, you know, at the very least, you was presenting the black man in a weakened down state. You understand what I'm saying?
man,
And yeah,
yes.
you know, so if we could put this image out there of him in this weakened down state, now we don't have to be as afraid.
I mean, that's what I'm saying though, right? That's not how he started either. Like he he didn't start off making movies like that. He didn't start off writing scripts like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just the shit that they allowed to pop off. It's like a rapper. You can make a bunch of conscious shit. You have a record deal. You make a bunch of conscious records, and then they like, yo, we not dropping this. You know, you make that one shit that they know is gonna fuck up somebody's brain. You know what I'm saying? And they let you drop it.
Yeah, yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And that's what he to
yeah,
me kind of. I mean, I ain't no hater. He got paper, but at the
yeah. You're
same
right.
time, I'm not sure.
He definitely got paid off of that. Just like, look, Chris Rock, right, makes it what's the word I'm looking for? He makes it acceptable for white people to laugh at black people. See them type of jokes that he tell. See, if a white person got up there and told them jokes, they ain't gonna last long. Had to boycott them. But see, if Chris Rock tells a joke, you know, like maybe he had that joke where he said, it's one time if you white, are you allowed to say nigga? A white person can't tell that joke. And see, if you see white people laughing in the audience at him saying nigga, it's cool.
Right.
But see, if it was any other situation, if it was just some white person on stage saying nigga, and they saw white people laughing, this would be a whole thing. He makes it okay, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that that's what he's doing, that's his goal. He might don't even realize that's what he's doing. See what I'm saying? Just like Dave Chappelle was like, yo, you know, I'm thinking I'm just being funny. But after a minute, I start realizing, you know what I'm saying?
Yo, the devil wouldn't even allow it if he said devil.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like they wouldn't allow it if he said devil. If he got up there, if a white man got up there and made them same type of jokes and replaced the word nigga with devil and started saying, and then people were like, well, who you calling the devil? And he just said it. Yeah, I'm calling, you know, we the devil. I'm a devil. Yeah, my devil. Da, da, da. They just start talking like that.
Man, come on, man. That'd be the most unacceptable thing in society.
Mm.
They wouldn't even
Infinite
accept that
Satisfaction.
comedian.
Yeah, most definitely. Infinite Satisfaction said he's been doing an knowledge to a book, The Urban Farmer, that breaks down how to use local resources to build farms in urban environments. I just planted my seascape strawberries today. I got a little strawberries down too. I just put my strawberries down, and I got some kind of wild strawberries that start growing in the yard. You know what I'm saying? So right now I'm just letting them do their thing to see what happens. But yeah, I got some strawberries too, Infinite. Can't have my strawberries. Like I got some strawberries this year. I don't know if I'm gonna have any watermelons. I got some muskmelons. You know, the black man doesn't share his melons. I don't. I look, and I don't share my peppers because I gotta make my hot. I gotta make my hot sauce and eat my watermelon. I can send you some cabbage. Yeah, I think we got some squash down there and some of that onions or something. You can have all that.
USPS, they'll mail food too. You know what I'm saying? You put it in a box with some ice, man, they'll mail it for you.
You know what I'm saying? Them said, I hope people aren't assuming I'm for or against reparations. I'm not waiting for reparations. I'm about building the economic dynamism of the black community. Yeah, I mean, for me, if I was there, like I said, it would just be a matter of me, you know, trying to help people sharpen their sword on it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not for or against it. When I ask a question, like I said, in my opinion, that's just a part of the lesson that that I learned from all the dealings that we had with them before, is that we got to look for 10, 20 years down the line. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, in 1965, right? Nobody knew, dope already existed, but nobody knew the gas was about to get mashed to the floor like that, son. Saying nobody, I seen it was a video, right, about Harlem and about the city government in Harlem, about them building the Harlem State Office building. And how that whole block, all the stores that you see on 125th Street going all the way to Lenox Avenue and all of that all of this was playing right there. I never knew all of that stuff was together because the state office building been built. That other stuff and that down going towards Lenox, that was later. Like when I came around, the state office building was already there. A lot of that other stuff, I was there when they finished completed building all that. When the Tree of Life and all that was still there. And the thing is, the video is being made in like late 1978 or early 1979 or something like that. And so, in retrospect, as I'm looking at it, you can kind of tell that these people is kind of like, all right, we just got hit with a number. Like this dope thing. But of course, dope is winding down by that time. And everybody's speaking with, listen, man, we're going to revitalize this thing, man. It's going to be beautiful. And see, they're living in their time, but I'm here knowing what happened in 80, 81. You understand what I'm saying? When crack hit. You understand what I'm saying? And all they plans that they was making right there, not all of them, but a lot of them went up in smoke. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, these are things we gotta end up doing. Oh yeah, hold on, let me catch.
They gonna be deep.
Yeah, Josh Sims says spending and investing in your own people no greater cause, and that legacy being lost is our fault, so it's our job to fix it. Yeah, I mean, you know, what's his fly phrase said that's one of the reasons Dave Chappelle stopped doing his show. He said when he was telling black jokes that white people in the audience was laughing too hard. Yeah. Because look, and that's not in, it's not just in the joke situation. You know what I'm saying? It's also with, and he's a guy, I know he's just a sportscaster. You know what I'm saying? But just Stephen A. Smiths and all your people, you know what I'm saying, that, you kind of, I'm not going to say that's the reason you was brought along, like that's your only act that you do. But you got a lot of people that make a lot of money that, they kind of make it cool, you know what I'm saying? When we can get one of your own to say that this is the truth about you, it makes it look more like the truth.
Make you want to tap dance too.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But so let's get down to this last one. I saved it to the end because it kind of, that's what we deal with. The last characteristic of a wise man we didn't deal with yet, right? Is he always acknowledges the truth. Now, what is the difficult aspect of this one? For the unwise, of course.
Well, the truth hurts. The truth hurts, man. Reality is hard to face. So acknowledging it, it's easier to live in a state of delusion and illusion. It's he likes the devil because the devil gives him nothing. People rather accept that nothingness. You know what I'm saying? Than acknowledge the truth about the condition they in. See, in order for you to fix your condition, you have to bear witness that you have a condition.
Mm-hmm. We got
you got to be
the black coder stepped in. What's the deal, man? What state you in now, black coder? Yeah. Yeah, you came in at the end, man. You got to get a "What Did I Miss" T-shirt, man. Today, man. We came in today with the duties of a civilized person, and we're finishing up now the 7 characteristics of a wise man. To deal with some of the rules, man, that we need. The principles that we need to keep order. Some things that we moved away from. You know what I'm saying? That when we we look and, you know what I'm saying, a lot of times brothers are speaking nostalgically and, yo, we need to do this thing like that time. You know, sometimes you got to realize that if you're not doing the same thing, you know, you're not doing the same thing, you know, you're not instituting the same principles, how you going to expect things to be maintained in the same order? So you hit something on the head right here, Jackson. You said truth and ego are separate things. See, that's what I was saying. See, that's what's so hard about that one. See, always acknowledging the truth might cause you to have to admit that you wrong.
Right.
See, that's the thing about always acknowledging the truth. Right, Infinite Satisfaction said to acknowledge the truth, you have to look at self and do some intro. See, that's the hard part. See,
right.
Always acknowledging the truth means that you have to remain open-minded. You know what I'm saying? When you interacting with the people. Because, you know, you always want to seem like a fool when something is obvious and you sitting there in denial.
You still trying to back it up. These people that be still backing their stuff up when they know they wrong, want to keep it going.
And see, when you do that, right? This can be a flaw in the scientific method.
Yeah, indeed.
You see what I'm saying? Where you already have something that you think is the truth, right? But then when the evidence starts to show otherwise, you can't acknowledge that. And then, like you was just saying on the business, you start to deal with delusions. Now you moving further and further away from reality. And that is certainly unwise. You know what I'm saying? So for everybody, you know what I'm saying, hopefully if you get a chance to take a screenshot of this or if you write it down or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, these are some of the things, you know what I'm saying, that we used to get, you know, we used to get this 7 characteristics of a wise man with the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Joshua, what are you talking about? Who's against Black-owned businesses? You know, this is some of the things that we used to get because, like I said, you know what I'm saying, the 7 characteristics of a wise man is about how you applying your knowledge. See, this 7 characteristics of a wise man is about how you could say the same thing, right? But you didn't employ these principles right here when you were speaking, and your wisdom don't bear no fruit. And you can say the same thing, right? But imply these 7 characteristics of a wise man, and it bears many fruit. So keep that in mind, you know what I'm saying? And because, you know, righteousness is how you deal with other people. See, a lot of people just look at righteousness as just, you know, this is the way that I am. No, righteousness is how you deal with other people. You know what I'm saying? And this 7 characteristics of a wise man is how you deal with other people. You see what I'm saying? You may think you don't have to apply these to yourself within, but you will find out that, in fact, you know, it begins with how you deal with yourself. You know, like Infinite Satisfaction was saying, you got to have your own introspection. So now, in the course of you talking, or, you know, in the course of you dealing with whatever you are, you understand what I mean? You know, like you said, he always acknowledges the truth, and you deal with introspection. You know, where do you see yourself in this 7 characteristics of a wise man? You know what I'm saying? Like in the activity of your life every day, when you say you true and living, right? How many of these 7 characteristics are you applying, and how many are you falling victim to?
Or what corrections do you need to make?
Right. You see what I'm saying? And see, can you always acknowledge that truth? Are you wise enough, right, to apply them scales of justice to yourself? We see it's all types of situations where we see people can analyze just fine for somebody else, but for some reason you can't analyze that for your own self. You give great advice to other people, but somehow you never seem to apply it yourself. So these is, you know, different things to keep in mind. So like I said, tomorrow, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna take it down. We had a nice time on here too. We've been here a while. Tomorrow I'm gonna come on early, probably about 1:00. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a short one, and then I gotta go to work. I gotta go to work. Infinite Satisfaction said, looks like something you would see in the Brother's Book of Life. Yeah, that's how we got it. It used to be, you know, we got that with the mathematics. You know what I'm saying? That look, when you in the cipher, this is the way you conduct yourself. You know what I'm saying? Well, Black Coda, you put it right here. Simply put, the 7 characteristics of a wise man are first implemented in your own mannerism when dealing with others. You understand what I'm saying? But this was, you know, this was like, see, like now, even now, you know, you in the cipher, you see things get out of hand. That's what it is. See, this was our rules of engagement.
It's you dealing with your character. It's like one thing I realized when I was younger. You go your whole life, right? Your eyes are set up in a certain way to where you never see your own face unless you look in the mirror or you look in water. If you look at your reflection in water, but you know, other people are bearing witness to you. You know what I'm saying? Other people are seeing you. You never really see your own face, so it's important to know how you carrying yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm in Queens tomorrow night, man. Again, I'm in I don't even know what the name of that studio is. Over there in College Point. I got actually that's another reason why I'm getting off right now. I'm supposed to be writing, but yeah, I'm gonna be out there tomorrow. Jason, what are you talking about? Is someone assuming that you're asking or begging for something? I gotta go do my microphone 1 too, man. So talking about what job is this, man?
I said, who's he responding to? That's what I'm looking at.
Who? Jasim?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Nobody's talking about nobody right now. You know, we discussing issues. You know what I'm saying? See, that's what happens. That's what I'm saying. We've got to, that's something that happens, you know. You gotta learn to separate.
I mean, if you seeing something in yourself.
Yeah, you gotta learn to separate when people is speaking, you know what I'm saying? You know, even if a person disagree with your point, you gotta realize that it's a difference between a person disagreeing with your point and a person disagreeing with you.
I mean, even if somebody disagree with you, you shouldn't take it personal because they just showing you how they feel about it. Like right now, if you took something I said personal and I didn't know it, is really something that's a reflection of you in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? So we all gotta be sharp. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely, we don't,
You got it.
anything I say is positive.
Yeah, Josh, you gotta cut down on your paranoia, man. But yeah, so like I said, tomorrow we'll be on at 1. Then I'm probably gonna broadcast. I'm probably gonna broadcast from the studio a little something. And what you talking
Well,
about?
yeah, peace.
I am going to work at establishment, man. Fame Lives. See how you do. See how black people do black business.
Yo, you ain't got no job. What? What is you talking about? I just said I'm going to work. What you think I'm lying to you? Like,
oh man. But yeah, though, man, I'll be on tomorrow. Yo, matter of fact, Black Coda be on tomorrow, like 1 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? We got the links where you can come on the live and build. You know what I'm saying? I got my things a little fancy.
all right, peace.
You ain't got no job, Tommy. All right, man. But at any rate, man, I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna do 2 tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Then Thursday is Sunya at 7. You know what I'm saying? At 7 o'clock. The civilization class 7 to 10. And then I'll be back on Friday to kick it with y'all. You know what I mean? So for right now, peace to all the guys, peace to the earths, you know what I'm saying? All the people that check us out in the background, if y'all made it this far, you know what I'm saying? Do the each one, teach one, and hit the like button for me. You know what I'm saying? If you're not subscribed, subscribe. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.